What is going on, YouTube? How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm gonna be trying to not blast my stream too loud. Hopefully the music's good. Everything's going swell. Hope everybody's doing alright. Happy Saturday. I think it's Saturday. Yes, it is Saturday, indeed. It's happening. What's going on, man? I'm gonna send out the Discord wide ping here to let everybody know that I am streaming, just to annoy everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Also, I'm going to try to make sure this time, because I watched my VOD, I was doing a lot of this and cutting myself off, so I'm going to make sure the camera is facing the right direction this time. We're going to have a chill stream. Let me get the stream link here. Where is my stream link? Where is my stream link? 1 second. I'm gonna turn the music down on my end a little bit, but I'm gonna turn it up in OBS, so should be fairly loud. Hopefully not too loud. What am I doing here? I'm losing my mind already. That's not a good sign. Okay, here's the stream link. Copy that, go to Discord. Announce it to everybody that I'm starting. Fortunately, I don't have animated emojis because I'm broke. There we go. Alright. Who's all here right now? Who's chilling in the chat? No, I'm not doing dragons. This was just a thing that I loaded up just as a test, just to make sure that I had everything on the screen here. Probably gonna only be doing viewer stuff this stream. Gonna try to just you know, go over some viewer things, have a good time. Just waiting for some people to flow into the chat here before we really start diving in to some stuff here. Oh, future creatures. Yeah, I do want to do dragons really bad. I'll throw them into the poll, but they haven't really won many polls because I think people say that dragons aren't really that bad and they don't need that big of a rework, which is fair to say. I just think they could do more than this. This is a wormling, of course, but I was experimenting with, you know, giving them you know, different abilities, giving them more to do. Like the wormling doesn't even have a claw attack, which is annoying to me. I just noticed little things like that, especially when you look at the artwork. You're like, man, they really just didn't care when they made these. They're just template stat blocks. I got the Dr. Pepper on deck, so I'm ready for a long stream. I like giving magic items and spells to dragons. Throws a player for a loop. Yes, that's something I definitely want to do. Also, what's up, Sim? Dragons need spells, in my opinion. I just picture them, like, you know, flying around the battlefield, holding their clawed hand up, casting fireball or whatever spell that they have. Like, imagine if a dragon casts, like, slow on you, and then they just go ham and, like, hit you with their multi-attack, and they just go all in on you. That's, like, scary. You work for Dr. Pepper. Holy hell. Send some my way, man. I'm addicted to Dr. Pepper. It's my only vice in life. I don't smoke weed. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke cigarettes. So caffeine and Dr. Pepper, I guess that's my only two vices. I'm kind of a weird outlier when it comes to nerds, I guess. So I guess doing good. One time gave a circlet of intellect and a cape of the mount back to an adult white dragon. I don't know what that item does. I know what a circlet of intellect does, but that's cool. Yeah, giving your big monsters like magic items. That's another thing that makes the world feel more alive, because like adventurers aren't the only ones that can use magic items. The only thing that sucks is whenever they inevitably kill that creature, they're gonna get those items, so you have to be careful with what you give to them. The cape lets the wielder cast Dimension Door. Oh, that's pretty good. Is it just unlimited, or is there's like charges, I'm assuming? I also on the stream made the chat window a little bit bigger so people could probably see it easier, hopefully. Hey, Matthias. What's going on, man? Good to have you here. Alright, so I guess I'll load up our first contestant here. I only have two at the ready, and And then, you know, if I run out or I go through these too quick, obviously I can make my own creatures and kill the time. Or I can make my own creature first and then get into the viewer stat blocks. But, you know, in the words of Megamind, oh, so, I suppose Abernathy, we already spoke, so you already knew that your creature was going to be up for the world to see here, so I'm going to load it up, and we'll see. Hopefully it'll work, maybe not. Yes, there we go. The best thing is to open YouTube and watch one of these live streams. Hell yeah, man. That's what I love to hear. Got the ambient going. Got the chillness going on here. It's a chill Saturday. Decided not to work today. I slept in really late. Been sleeping in till like 3 p.m. You're a touch nervous. What's to be nervous? Only 30 to 40 people are gonna see your creature and have me tear it apart. I'm not really gonna tear it apart. I don't like putting people's ideas down. I just like, you know, going over stuff. It's cool seeing other people's ideas. Lordrani, he's another person that likes to make a lot of creatures in the Discord. I don't think he's probably not going to be watching. I think he's from Poland, so I don't know what his time zone is. But, you know, growing out the facial hair too also. I really don't like long facial hair, but just letting it grow out a little bit. I was thinking about growing my hair out real long too. Trying to go for a man bun. You guys all have off work today, or do you guys work today? That's the real question. If there's another stream like this, I'll submit a monster stat block for review next time. Wanted to see what other people shine, trying to overcome an urge to push myself in the spotlight. It's not really, I don't think anybody's gonna see, you know, these creature stat blocks and be like, oh, that's trash. I think people are usually fairly, what's the word? I don't know what the word would be. Fairly chill when it comes to stat blocks. People just like to give advice. Not necessarily, I'm not the best teacher in the world, so I don't know if my quote-unquote teachings are going to be something that you can take away from this, but at least I can help with like formatting a stat block, because I feel like I've gotten pretty good at formatting a stat block. I started at 5 a.m. and I worked till 2:30. That's a good time to get off. The older I've gotten, the more I like starting early and getting done at a decent time. I've noticed that when we see people improving stat blocks, they tend to differentiate themselves from each other as well. Yeah, I definitely have a very, very peculiar way of making stat blocks. I think that's what makes my channel kind of unique, though. It's like my own personal spin on things. I'm gonna open up one of my other stat blocks here just to get it ready so I can copy paste stuff if I need to. You guys won't see it though, it'll be off on the other screen. So, one second. So I'm just gonna call you Abernathy for this. I know your Discord name is different, but since your YouTube name is Abernathy, we're just gonna go with that. Team Rocket, what's up, man? How you doing? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're gonna be roasting some viewer stat blocks. Not really. We're just gonna be going over some shit here. Got the chill synthwave music going as always. It's like my favorite thing to have in the background of these. And I believe we can get into it now. got that chill vibe going. And again, if the music gets too loud and it's like competing with my voice, just let me know and I will turn it down. So, Matthias, I didn't know you were on the Discord. I thought you were one of the people that wasn't on the Discord, actually. Yeah, I kind of like I like the community that I've built. It's kind of crazy. Hey, what's up, man? You did not miss anything. I'm just chilling. We're just talking. We're gonna go over a viewer stat block here. Gonna just try to give some advice, some opinions, some feedback. This is what I wanted to do for a little while. It's actually kind of fun. Now I'm not the best teacher. I'm not a guy that says, hey, my stat blocks are like OG really good. I just I have a certain way of making stat blocks, and I feel like I have some experience. I'm not like a professional or anything, but it would be cool. One of my dream jobs would be to work for like Wizards of the Coast and make stat blocks for like the monster manuals, but I don't think they would let me because my stat blocks are too different for how they format theirs. So, and also I don't know if I'd want to work for Wizards of the Coast, but it would be really cool to work for like some sort of D&D publishing company or something, like a third party thing. I want to make my own book full of monsters. It's just like, it's super intimidating to try to understand how to make an entire book full of things by yourself. Don't count yourself short, dude. You're way better than Watsy. Thank you. I've been told that before, but I'm toxically humble to myself, and I never say I'm good at anything, so I don't feel like a douchebag. So let's get into this guy here, this amalgamite creature. Now, you don't have artwork for this, from what I know, but I'm going to read off your idea behind this. So, you said the idea behind this one was that it is an abominable creation from a hag that specializes in transmutation and necrotic magics, allowing her to manipulate and warp flesh into a horrible monster or dreadful curses. This creature is made from multiple humanoids being magically stitched together in a horrifying blob of heads and limbs scrambling around looking for more people to assimilate. And you wanted to have a creature essentially embody chaos and the many limbs of the creature grabbing out and reaching out. It's a very cool creature design. It's like something right up my alley. I really like stuff like that. Sorry, I'm reading the chat also. I think a book wouldn't be too difficult for you. All you need is to have some organization principles, table of contents. Yeah, I actually I want to get somebody who is good at understanding how to do like markdown and stuff and like publish something small on like Homebrewery. That would be really cool. But I'm terrible at stuff like that because I don't like how markdown feels like coding. Have you ever thought about doing feats and things? I have thought about doing that, but here's where my issue comes in with like feats and stuff like that is this website. I love this website for how simple it is. For like, I can make a little, I can make a stat block in this little thing. I hit the save button. It saves it as this image. And then I can send it to other people. I don't know of any websites other than like D&D Beyond where you can just make like a little thing, like a box, and say this is what this does in this little box, and then you could save the image and post it somewhere. I want to do that for like magic items especially because I want to make more magic items and stuff like that. But there's just I don't know of any websites where it's like, you make like a stat card for a magic item. So I have to dive into that. But anyways, let's get back to this real quick here before I go too much on a tangent. So your creature is very cool. I like the idea of an amalgamation of humanoids, like all stitched together and melded together like a giant monster. That reminds me of like something out of Warhammer or something. Something that actually comes to mind. The Chaos Spawn from Warhammer comes to mind whenever I think of this. I don't know how I'll show this on stream. Maybe I can. Hold on. Open link in new tab. Open this. Can I put this on here? Yeah, like that is kind of what I'm picturing whenever I think of your monster. So that kind of gives me a good idea on like a baseline of like what to imagine. Just like a bunch of people grafted into a monster, basically, which is cool. I like that a lot. My advice for a book is to focus on what you love. Whatever monster motivates you and gets you to geek out would be a perfect book. I'm actually, not a lot of people know this, but I'm actually trying to make my own game system. It's called Ravens. It's hard to explain what it is. It's a sci-fi game, and I've never done sci-fi before. I'm usually a fantasy guy, but what I do like about sci-fi is like analog sci-fi. So like the early Aliens movies and like Event Horizon, like that futuristic, that's like 80s futuristic. Yes, I can turn the volume up on my mic, I think. Let me see here. Whoops, hold on 1 second. How does that sound? That's probably incredibly loud. I thought it'd be less humanoid, more like many normal-sized arms. Maybe it could be more like a gibbering mouther. I guess that would be up to the original interpretation of the creator of the creature. But that's what comes to mind for me. Am I incredibly loud now? How do I sound now, by the way? I turned up like 3 or 4 decibels. Turn the music down a little bit. So you clock this in at CR3. So we want this creature to be a boss fight for 4 player characters. Okay, you sent a picture through Discord. Let me see. Okay, that's very cool. I like that. Let me see if I can put that on screen somehow. Very cool. That's like super, like, I really like dark fantasy, like grimdark kind of creature. So that's like perfect. That's something that like I would put into my games, basically. It's very cool. That's like horrific. Like when you do like the build up for stuff like this, and then like you drop something like that onto a table and like your players just all scream, that's like when you know you have a good creature. So that's very awesome. Yeah, very cool. I like that. So what was I saying? So yes, so you clock this in at CR3. So you want this to be essentially a boss fight for 4 to 5 level 3 characters. This is like a low level monster that could become a mob monster for higher level characters, right? Almost an entire village worth of people. Yeah, that would be really cool. Like a higher level one or something. You could do more people attached to it, like a giant. Like you take like a hill giant and then you attach a bunch of people to a hill giant. That would be a scary image. But let's go through some of the stats here. So you got 41 hit points. That's fine. Now, for a boss fight, 41 hit points isn't bad. This is where, this is up to how people run their games. Everybody runs their games differently. Some people don't want their games to have a lot of hit point bloat. What's up, Tyler? Thanks, man. I know you probably have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. So, what was I saying? Oh, hit point bloat. So, if you go off of Wizards of the Coast's like calculations for what HP should be for a CR3 monster, I don't know where they came up with this calculation, but apparently it should be 101 to 115 hit points for a CR3 creature. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds absolutely insane. Why? Could you imagine if every orc running around had 100 hit points? Do you know how grindy and like bullet spongy every creature in the game would feel? Now, for this creature, I don't see a problem with it, but I do believe... I thought your creature regenerated hit points. Yo! 10 ducats! Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. I love you. I always will. You'll always be my brother. It's my IRL friend here. He's hopping in just to give me some support. So thank you, Tyler. I appreciate you. I love you. Full homo, by the way. You actually got 2 of these creatures heading towards the party in the next session. Okay, so yeah, 41 hit points is probably fine, especially if you plan on there being multiple of these, but I was going to say that if you intended for this to be a boss fight, you could give it like 80 hit points would be fine even. But before we can determine like how many hit points it should have, we should go into like the abilities and stuff. So looking through here, you do have saving throw proficiencies, which a lot of Wizards of the Coast creatures at CR3 don't have, so this is fine. I don't see a reason. Now, dexterity saving throw proficiency is curious to me, because if I look at the art, I don't see this creature necessarily being dexterous. I feel like this thing kind of drags itself around, being that there are so many other creatures and like limbs that are poking out all over the place. What's up, Archivist? We are reviewing a viewer submitted stat block. We are going over some stuff here with a viewer submitted stat block, breaking it down, diving in. I'm gonna give like some of my own opinions. We're just having some fun here. I feel like the music is incredibly loud. Let me turn it down just a little bit. But it's bumping though. We're vibing today. Yeah. Back to what I was saying. The dex save. Dude, I have such bad ADHD. Sorry. This is gonna be like the worst session of me going over stat blocks. I'm gonna be like bouncing all over the place. Yeah, and like obviously it's fantasy, so maybe the dexterity save comes from, you know, its weird anatomy, and it definitely could, like I could imagine it, you know, it could probably crawl around really fast and dodge out of the way. I definitely think Constitution is a good choice here. Constitution's really good. It makes sense. It's a bunch of creatures melded into one. I feel like it should probably have high Constitution. And, you know, you could have went either Dex or Strength, which with its saving throw. Even Wisdom, you could argue, because if there's multiple creatures melded into this, you could imagine like you kind of have like an Etten situation where it's like multiple brains resisting an effect that is trying to attack its mind. But not everything has to have that. That's a good idea though, so we'll shelf that just for the time being. The skills, you have athletics, which is fine. Intimidation, that's befitting. Honestly, I would say I would even go with intimidation expertise because of how horrific this thing looks. But yeah, so we can add that trait to it. But damage vulnerabilities. Has an acid vulnerability. Now, I'm not sure if that's from like its lore or whatever, so I won't really argue there. And it's immune to lightning, which is I guess this is a construct and not an undead, so that makes sense. I'm not sure where the acid vulnerability comes from, unless it's just something that you wrote into its lore. But that's fine. Obviously, you could do stuff like that. And then we have condition immunities, Charmed and Frightened. If I were you, for a creature like this, to me, if I look at this, I don't think this thing's going to be able to be put to sleep. So I would give it, what is it? Unconscious immunity. What else would I give it? I probably wouldn't allow this thing to be stunned. Just because it's multiple creatures at once. So like, let's say a cleric comes up and he has an ability on his mace where he can hit it and like make the creature potentially get stunned. If you think about it in game world terms, if he runs up and he smashes one of these heads, why would it stun the whole creature? So that's where my mind goes whenever I'm looking at like artwork like this. Really helps with imagining how the creature functions in the world. So I probably would give it a stun immunity. Definitely, I would say a blind immunity would be nice, but there's AoE things that can blind, so we won't do that. But you know, this is just kind of how my brain works. So I bounce off all these things. I'm like, well, what of these things could affect it? I think other than that, I think the rest of those are good. It makes sense that it can't be frightened, being that it's like a construct. Now, there is an iconic construct trait missing, but we'll get to that. You said you put acid in there for a balance thing since it heals from lightning. That's a good thing to have, I suppose. If you want it to have a weakness, you could say. What I would do is I would write into the lore why acid is its vulnerability. Like you could say maybe the acid kind of like breaks down the binding of the creature and it causes it to split apart, and things like that. Maybe like it starts like peeling the creatures away from each other, almost like the seams start like busting. It's because it's a fusion of multiple creatures and eroding the structure is really bad. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm saying. And obviously we have dark vision, so dark vision, that's fine. Almost everything in D&D has dark vision. Now here's where I'm gonna make the first change here. Understands whatever language is spoke before. I'm going to change the wording on that. We're just going to say any language it knew in life. Well, it doesn't speak, so we'll say any language it knew in life, because that is just a little bit more... I actually don't want to capitalize that because it's a random capital in the middle of the sentence and it doesn't look right. So we'll say it understands any language it knew in life. So that way, it's just a formatting thing. I think it's a little cleaner to say that, but you could obviously disagree. It is your creature. These are just my opinions, so don't take anything that I'm saying as like, this is trash, because that's not what I mean to come off as whenever we're looking at this. So, alright, let's look at this next thing here. We're going to get into the first trait. That is disgusting and very fitting. Hell yeah. Okay, so assimilation. This is like the big... I'd only give it dark vision if a species with dark vision was used in the amalgam, but I understand the need for balance. Yeah, there's like, you could go down the rabbit hole and just say like, you could really like take assimilation and go down the rabbit hole and go crazy and be like, if it assimilates an orc, it gains the aggressive trait. If it assimilates an Aarakocra, it gains flying. Like you could go down the rabbit hole and do crazy stuff like that. But that's obviously going to make the stat block's going to be a lot bigger. It's going to be more wordy. So that's like kind of where you have to cut corners as a person who's trying to make a stat block. Because at the end of the day, how many times is it going to run into that scenario? But then again, that's another idea. We should probably shelf that one. So, you know, I could like write notes somewhere and like say like potential ideas for things. So let's get into assimilation here. All right. So, while grappling a creature with the Seize of 1,000 Hands feature, it begins a process of assimilating a creature into its body. It takes time based on how physically resilient the creature is. At the beginning of its turn, the creature may attempt to break free of this process by making a DC 16 strength saving throw. It may do this a number of times equal to its con mod. If the creature has not escaped by the time the process completes, it is grafted into the amalgamite, losing all sense of self. An assimilated creature can only be freed by a greater restoration spell. I heavily disagree with that last sentence. A assimilated creature should only be able to be freed by a wish spell. The reason why is they have multiple chances to attempt to escape, and I think greater restoration doesn't really make sense, being that like its body is completely morphed and changed at this point. I feel like it's essentially it should kind of function like an instant kill ability for a player character. If you get assimilated after having all these chances to break out, that's it for your character, unless somebody has a wish spell. But also, we're gonna reword this, and we're gonna try to word this in a more cohesive fashion. We're probably gonna take out some stuff that's a little redundant that you don't need, and this is just how I would do it. Now, you still have the original file for this, so obviously you could take and leave stuff that I make changes to this, but we're going to make some changes to this just to kind of make it seem a little cleaner. Alright, so while grappling a creature with Seize of 1,000 Hands, let me look at Seize of 1,000 Hands. I would honestly just say while grappling a creature. So you just say any creature grappled by the amalgamite. And the reason why is like, is there really a difference for if he makes a grapple check and he grabs you versus if he grabs you with Seize of 1,000 Hands? I would say no. There's the same hands grabbing you in the same fashion. It's just, he's just grabbing you. So we're gonna start tearing this apart, and then we'll see what we have by the end of it. So we'll say, what I would say is we might want to put a size limit here. So do you intend on this thing grabbing trolls and assimilating them, or only humanoids? That's a question that I will ask you. So essentially only people, or should it be able to grab giants and also do that? If humanoids was the original idea, we should probably keep it to just humanoids. But also, I mean, if you really think about it, it could grab like fairies and witches and or hags and like do it to anything. We're gonna add this to the dictionary so it stops trying to correct the spelling there. How big are trolls? Trolls are large size, so they'd probably be about the same size as this creature. Yeah, grabs a million fairies and gains the ability to fly. So we'll say large or smaller creatures, just for the time being. And then if you decide, I think only humanoids, we'll specify large or smaller humanoids grappled by the amalgamite. Now, this is right here. Where is it? The amalgamite begins a process of assimilation, of assimilating the creature into its body. This is something that I would have done in the past. I would keep like this is essentially flavor text of like what is happening, but what I would do nowadays is I would take this and keep this off of the stat block, because you want to try to save as much space as you can. It's nice, especially like if you don't have a reference and you don't know what this creature is and you're just looking at this stat block, like let's say on a random Reddit post, and you're like, what does this creature even look like, and you don't have a picture included. This is fine, but it's I don't know if this art is like something that you originally drew or if you just found it online, but with this art, and then you have the lore alongside it, I don't think you need to state that it's beginning the process of assimilating the creature. The name of the trait is telling you what it's doing, so you don't need to say it's beginning a process of assimilating the creature. So we'll just take that out completely. Hold on. One part of me says large or smaller, and the other says it needs to be the same creature type like humanoid. Does the creature have to be alive, or can it assimilate corpses? Like, in order for the magic of grafting together, it needs to have a genetic compatibility. Yeah, see, now we got the we've gone down the rabbit hole here. Hold on, my music stopped here. Let me get the next one going here. Maybe we should do some like horror music since we got. Yeah, we'll do some like horror music. There we go. Hopefully, I don't know how loud that is from your guys' end. We'll do like some creepy music since we're working with an abomination. I think it's there because the process is an instant. It won't integrate traits right off the bat. I don't know what you guys are talking about now. Now I'm lost. We're talking about assimilating corpses, I'm assuming. So we'll do this. We'll say larger, smaller humanoids, just for the time being. Grappled by the amalgamite. Grappled by the amalgamite. I might have to reword this also. So we're going to have to actually say this first. We're going to have to say, at the start of each of its turns, comma, larger or smaller humanoids grappled by the amalgamite must make a DC. I like to capitalize stuff, so, and the reason why I like to do this is STR right here is caps, and then you look down here at yours and it just says STR like that. It just kind of seems a little, it just doesn't look right in my opinion. I don't even say saving throw anymore. I just say save, because I think most people that have been playing D&D know what a save and a saving throw are pretty much the same thing. So DC, and if you don't know how to do this, with an int of 10, that means it could choose attempting to assimilate a dead body over a living person because the corpse provides more mass with less resistance. Can imagine a cool encounter with one of these in a catacomb, somewhat of a gimmick fight. You honestly could even do, whenever it assimilates a creature, it gains HP back because it's adding to its mass. So we might toy around with that as well. We can add a trait that says it regains hit points based off the creature that it assimilates. But we'll get to that. So let me do this first. So if you don't know, whenever you are working on these stat blocks with this website, the website has a built-in thing that'll auto-calculate based on the creature's ability scores that you have. So I'm assuming this is going off of, it's a DC 16 strength save. So I'm assuming this is going off of strength. So strength save, when you have it like this, when it's in the brackets, this is using the monster stat blocks ability to calculate the DC for the saving throw. And then after that you say what type of skill is used. So they use a strength save, period. Like that. I'll just add this here. It's going to look weird for a second. So, assimilation. At the start of each of its turns, larger, smaller humanoids grappled by the amalgamite must make... I'll still probably have to reword this, because that is implying the amalgamite and not the creature. DC 13 strength save. Now, you have DC 16. I'm assuming you just eyeballed that save and added it on there. I'm going to use because this is a CR3 and you're using multiple of them, the formula is there for a reason. At level 3, players really don't have very high ability scores. So yeah, what you could do is, if you want that to be higher, you could just raise one of the ability scores up, or if you're like me, I don't use CR, I use tier. So you can do tier 1 and then just artificially increase the proficiency bonus if you want to. If you want it to just be higher. And you'll see now I upped the proficiency bonus up to 4, so it upped the DC to 15. Obviously, challenge rating, if you're a newer DM, it's a little easier to understand. But if you've been doing this for a little while, you kind of can just eyeball what's going to like steamroll your players and what's not going to steamroll your players. But anyways, let's get back to this. What was I doing here? Hold on. Let me try to word this better. Large or smaller humanoids grappled by the amalgamite must make a DC strength save at the start of each of their turns. Alright, so we're going to take all this out here. So we've officially cut out like a whole chunk of this ability, and it's still functioning the same way, but I've said everything that you said with less characters, essentially. Now, at the beginning of its turn, the creature may attempt to break free of this process by making a strength saving throw. Now, I have a stat block with my guards that actually has something similar that I'm going to try to reference for this. Let me find my guard stat blocks here, because they have manacles in which I wanted to do something similar, to where if they continued to try to break out, negative things would happen. But I just want to find how I worded it. Can use its action to attempt to escape a number of times equal to its con mod per day. Alright, so I will reference that. Since they have multiple attempts, I bumped the save DC up more. You could do that, but also keep in mind this thing, according to you, can hit and it can technically grapple multiple creatures all at the same time. So you don't want a situation where this thing is grabbing the whole party and then everybody's just stuck and it just assimilates everybody all at once, and then nobody can succeed the saving throw because they're only level 3. That makes players mad. It's okay to make players mad, because, you know, it's not your job to coddle them, but you do want it to be fair, especially if you have multiple of these attacking them at once. Like the wizard, he's not going to make a DC 15 strength save very often. Like the barbarian's probably going to have an easier time pushing this thing away from him, but like if you grab the wizard, or, you know, the bard, or the warlock, or the sorcerer, they're pretty much not gonna they're not gonna break free that easily, and they only have an amount of tries equal to what did you want? Equal to their con mod. So, and if they fail that many times, it's essentially the same way a basilisk petrification works. So keep that in mind when you're doing stuff like this. Alright, so anyways, so they make this strength save at the start of each of their turns. Or actually, this is a may, so they don't actually have to. So I might have to reword this yet again. So see, I'm not perfect either. I'll probably be making mistakes here. Make a new party, arrive at the area weeks or months later, hunt the thing down. I'm also going to give you a thing, I'm going to give you permission to use a thing that I created called Familiar Face, where I think if players see this, like, they should have to make a wisdom save or they're frightened, and then if, you know, a party member that was assimilated into this thing in the past is there and they know that party member, they have disadvantage on the save. Alright, so they have to make the strength save at the start of each of their turns. Let me figure out how I want to word this. We actually might say what happens when they get assimilated first. So let me try to figure out. Let me try to figure out how to word this in a way. Larger, smaller humanoids. We'll actually just say instead of large or smaller, because there's really, I don't think there's any large humanoids in D&D. So humanoids grappled by the amalgamate must make a DC strength save. If the creature has not escaped at the time the process completes, it is grafted, losing all sense of self. Okay. So we're gonna do this first, actually. When a creature gets assimilated by this ability, what do you want to happen to that character? Do you want the amalgamite to heal from that? The character, I would say the character is dead at that point. Like, it's like being petrified. At this level, greater restorations shouldn't like I'm gonna place my hand on this creature, cast greater restoration, and then all the people that were ever assimilated are just gonna pop out like popcorn. It should take a wish to reform that person's body back into its original state. So I would say once they are assimilated by this, the character is effectively dead. So what I want to do is I want to first say, whenever the character gets assimilated or when a humanoid gets assimilated, what happens to the amalgamite? We're going to say it probably heals hit points, I would imagine. That way, like, if you had NPCs in, like, let's say these things barge into a town full of people and it's like chaos and they're grabbing like peasants and commoners and they're assimilating them, it's healing off of the commoners. It's terrifying for the players to witness because they're like, oh my god, these creatures are killing everybody in the town. That'll make players want to save people. I just don't think greater restoration fits the theme. Greater restoration is usually like, oh, your stats are drained, you have like a disease. This is like your whole body has literally been absorbed essentially into the creature. There's actually a creature that does something similar to this. It is called what the hell is it called actually? I think it's called a devourer. Let me look at a devourer stat block, because it does something very similar actually. Well, actually, keep in mind, if hags make this, hags can cast hags can cast wishes that are usually twisted and messed up. So if one of your friends gets absorbed into this, you could say, oh my god, we have to go to the hag and beg her to bring him back. And of course, hags grant monkey paw wishes, so she's gonna bring him back, but he's gonna be like mutated and like he's gonna have like a baby arm growing out of his neck or something. Alright, let me see here. When the devourer reduces a creature to 0 hit points. I could have sworn this has a thing where it lets you put the creature into its rib cage. I'm almost positive. Yeah, it does. It's just not showing up because this website doesn't want to show me. It doesn't want to show me. Oh, that's flipping brilliant. Yes. See, this is why it's fun to get other people's point of views, because sometimes sometimes there's things you're just not looking at it from the right angle. Okay, let me see here. Yes, the Devourer. So I can see if I can get a picture of a Devourer here. Devourer. So these creatures are made by Orcus. They're pretty interesting. So what they can do is they have an ability called Imprisoned Soul, and they trap you into its body, and it slowly absorbs you. It chooses a living humanoid with 0 hit points that it can see within 30 feet. The creature is teleported inside the Devourer's ribcage and imprisoned there. It has disadvantage on death saves, and if it dies while imprisoned, the Devourer regains 25 hit points. So we can use that as a baseline. This is a CR 13 monster, though. So for the Amalgamite, I would say this should probably not regain 25 hit points. It should probably be more like 10 or 15. But that's like a good baseline that we could try to use for inspiration. Here's like the whole stat block here. You can't really see it because it's really tiny, but I would look that up just like as a reference. So I'm going to use that as a reference, as actually like some ideas on how I want to do this. Now I might spend the next 40 minutes trying to get this down packed, but once we get it right, it's going to function really, really clean, and it'll be really smooth to run this creature. I have the hiccups because I drink a lot of pop. Sorry about that. Okay, so we got the really ambient music going for this. It's perfect. Alright, so how do I want to word this? Okay, we'll just say, hold on. Humanoids grappled by the Amalgamite may make a strength save. And you want it to be a save, right? Yes, a strength saving throw. So humanoids grappled by the Amalgamite may make a DC strength save at the start of each of their turns a number of times equal to their... Okay, I see another problem with this now. So here's another problem with this. So how this is worded right now is if they are grappled by this, if they choose not to make this strength save, they technically will never die, because they you can't hear the music. It sounds like really, it's like Gregorian chanty, dark. Here, I'll restart this. Alright, I'm going to turn this up only because you said you can't hear it, but if it gets too loud, I need to know. Okay, sorry. So what I was saying was, how this is worded right now is if they are grabbed and they choose not to make this strength save, they'll never get assimilated. So like there's no time, there's no, what's it called, like time problem. So what I would say is they have a number of turns equal to their con mod before they're assimilated, rather than they can attempt to make this save a number of times equal to their con mod. It should be like once you're grabbed, you have 3 rounds, 2 rounds, 1 round, versus compared to however many times your con mod is, minimum of 1. So that way it's like it's like your body's metabolism is like trying to fend off. I'm picturing like the Thing, kind of like whenever like it touches your face and your face starts like melting into it. Something like that, essentially. So we're gonna actually this is gonna be a forced save. It's no longer going to be a you may. It's going to be no, you will, must make each of their turns a number of times equal to their con mod minimum of 1. Yeah, so they must make a if I'll have to figure out how to word this, but once they fail, they can't, they're dead pretty much. A number of times equal to their con mod minimum of 1. If I'll figure out, I'll probably have to reword this. We'll just say on if it fails and has no attempts left, it is assimilated and dies. The amalgamite regains 15 HP. We'll just say it dies, and the amalgamite regains 15 HP. It dies as its body is absorbed, and the amalgamite regains 15 HP. And then we'll say creature assimilated this way can only be restored via a wish. We'll say restored with a wish spell. Actually, we won't italicize that whole thing. This is just like a rough draft for right now. Assimilated this way can only be restored with a wish spell. Whoops, with a wish spell, period. Now, hello, with a wish spell, period. Alright, let me see. Oops, I said that twice, so hold on. It has no attempts left. It dies as its body is absorbed and assimilated. And the amalgamite regains 15 HP. Creatures assimilated this way can only be restored with a wish spell. Alright, and now we could take all of this out. Now, you did have flavor text in here where it says, like, it's grafted into the amalgamite, losing all sense of self. That is something that I would write into the lore. I would just say, like, once a creature is assimilated into this creature, it loses all sense of self. You don't have to put that in the stat block. So now we took all of that and we reduced it to this, and it effectively does the same thing. So humanoids grappled by the amalgamite must make a DC 15 strength save at the start of each of their turns, a number of times equal to their con mod minimum of 1. If it fails and has no attempts left, it dies as its body is absorbed. We can actually probably say that's an action at the start of each of their turns. Might even need to say as an action. That would be mean if you say as an action. Do you like the con mod idea? I thought it would be a good reflection of physical toughness of each character, especially since the frontliners. Yes, I think it makes sense. Also, it kind of, to me, I'm imagining it as like that The Thing, the John Carpenter movie reference, where it's like your body's like defense mechanism versus the creature trying to absorb you. Honestly, I would not call this a construct. I would call this an aberration. The more that I think about it, it sounds like a construct, but in theory, it really seems more like an aberration to me. This is like something that's like completely like abstract in nature, to the point where I would say it's not really doing stuff that a construct would do, but that's up to you if you want to do that. I would suggest saying that this is an aberration, because this just seems more aberrant to me. Just want to go over this one more time. Humanoids grappled by the amalgamite must make a strength save at the start of each of their turns, a number of times equal to their con mod. Let's just say a minimum of 1, like that. If it fails and has no attempts left, it dies, as its body is absorbed and assimilated. Well, I guess we could say grafted here, because you had grafted in the original text. Absorbed into and grafted. The amalgamite regains 15 HP. Creatures assimilated this way can only be restored with a wish spell. Bam. I think that's good now. I think that's done. Now it regains HP when it does this. Yes, I also agree that if you have to use an action to attempt to escape, it would make a lot more sense. It'll make players a lot more mad because they're going to lose the action economy. However, that also locks down fighters, so they're not able to try to pull away and hit at the same time. Yeah, the Flesh Golem is classified as a construct. I picture the Flesh Golem as more like Frankenstein's monster, though. And like, it's hard to try to imagine something that was created like a golem being able to literally grab living flesh and absorb it into itself. That's just me going off of like the lore, like the classic lore of what a construct is. But again, if you don't think it should have that, we don't have to do it. I just think it should have aberration. Now, also the alignment being chaotic neutral. I guess that's fine. It is sort of doing stuff in an evil fashion. I would honestly call this chaotic evil. But I also could understand why it's not chaotic evil, because it's just doing whatever it has to do to survive, essentially. I think most constructs would be unaligned, but I'm gonna change this to aberration. Unless you put a gun to my head and tell me I don't want it to be an aberration. So hopefully you were happy with how I did this, because it's under the hag's control, I suppose. Yeah, I would also say this is probably evil by nature. Hags are evil, like they're all like neutral evil. I would say this would kind of fall under chaotic evil territory. So if I'm making changes based on how I would do it, I'm going to change that to chaotic evil. Now the climbing speed too, I also noticed. I guess that works with all the different limbs working and functioning. Okay, so we have assimilation. We've cut it down to a more neat and tidy functioning trait now. So now it functions like that. Uh, now, if I'd change it to aberration, part of me would want to say it no longer has lightning absorption and it no longer has immunity to lightning damage. But if you really did want it to be like the flesh golem, we don't have to change that. But yeah, so now what I think we should do is, so assimilation, this is like its bread and butter ability. This is what makes the creature scary. It essentially can instantaneously kill a player character if they don't break out of its grasp. Also, we need to decide now, should this be an action to break out? Because that'll definitely change a lot. If this is an action, well, I'll just add it in there. Minimum of 1 as an action. Actually, we'll say must make it easier at the start of each of their turns as an action a number of times equal to their con mod. Well, you technically can make it 2 types of creatures. You could just put in the tags that it's a construct. So it's implied that this is constructed, and it still has the construct tag. So if anybody has like a weapon that says it deals damage to constructs, that'll count if it has the construct tag. Okay, so we got that. Now, looking at this here, I think it should have the multi-headed feature that the what's it called? The Ettins have, basically. So what it should have is, let me look at my Ettin first, because my Ettin ability was very complicated. So, and this is from a little while ago, so I might not add this exactly how I have it on mine, but you know, we could see here. Let's look. Let me see if I could find it. Oh boy, this is going way back. Okay, so I also have some other suggestions, and these are going to make the creature a lot stronger. However, you do want this to be a boss fight. So, actually, let me look at my Chimera. My Chimera has like a multi-headed trait. So, alright, let me see how you feel about this. You let me know how you feel about this. And I added that in as an action, so the character has to use their action. Although it is forcing them, essentially once you're grappled, you you really don't have a lot you could do on your turn by this creature. So that is kind of, the more I think about it, the more it kind of seems a little unfair, because it's forcing you to use your action. If it was optional, maybe. So actually, I am going to take that out. I'm going to say if this was optional, we should have it be an action, but because it's not optional and you have to do it now, because otherwise they would just never get assimilated, we're going to keep the action part out. But anyways, let me get back to what I was doing here. So I can't read the chat for a second, but we're going to call this, we're going to say multiple heads. Multiple heads. The Amalgamite has multiple, maybe I should just say has advantage on whiz. We're gonna do deception checks and saving throws against being deafened, blinded and knocked unconscious. I can't spell unconscious. Unconscious. So what this does is this, flavor-wise, represents that this creature is an amalgamation of multiple creatures. My DM hat is off to you. I love body horror monsters. This is right up my alley. Exactly, that's what I said at the start of this. But anyways, so multiple heads. This is stuff that like Ettins have. I gave it to my Chimera. Anything that has multiple heads has to... You need to somehow have representation that it has multiple heads. So what this does is now it has advantage on perception checks and saving throws against being deafened, blinded, and knocked unconscious. Which I actually gave it immunity to being knocked unconscious, so maybe we'll take that immunity off and we'll just represent that with this now. So now, even if you don't have the artwork for this creature now, you can see, okay, this is a multi-headed creature because we have this in here, and it represents, you know, there's multiple heads just constantly looking in all directions. Like groaning, probably making a lot of creepy noises, you know, just representing that it has multiple heads, right? Constantly reference this artwork, trying to use this as like the baseline of what we're thinking. So like imagine trying to sneak up on this thing and like you have heads sticking out of the back, sticking out of the front, just looking in multiple different directions. So, you know, very scary. Very scary. So I don't know how you feel about that, but I think that fits, so I'm gonna add it on there. What else do we got here? Let me look at some of my other stuff. Would you say this creature has to sleep? Yeah, that's putting flavor text in without putting flavor text in. That's like, it's hard to do, but that's kind of what traits do if you think about it. Like a trait is like flavor text in the name of the trait, essentially. That's kind of what I use traits as. Like they try to tell you what oh, that's right, the fear effects. So this creature's horrific. You could all agree this thing is horrific. So what I do think it should have is some sort of like frightful presence ability, or like horrifying form, something like that. Let me find my zombie stat block, or something. Where is it? Sorry about this. I know it's a lot of dead air because I'm looking through my other stuff that I've made, but I've made so many creatures that it's hard to remember everything, but I know that I've done it. Okay, so we're gonna call this like, give me a good RPG sounding name for like, we could call it like horrific form or something like that. And then you could say when a creature that can see the amalgamite does so for the first time, it must make a... We're going to do a DC, and this will go off of the creature's constitution. The amalgamite's constitution, because it's its physical form. DC wisdom save, or be frightened, for 1 hour. Creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns. ending on a success. I could probably say this without using this many words also. Then we'll do success. Hours. And because this is a creature that could potentially assimilate an ally. Hold on, let me see. I'm losing chat here. If the creatures die, is this creature undead? Also, sleep doesn't seem appropriate. What about giving it immutable form, making it immune to being polymorphed? How about terrifying cacophony? Didn't dragons have that in 3.5? Hold on, you'll see where I'm going with this. Okay, so dreadful mass, that sounds good. We'll call it dreadful mass. When a creature sees the amalgamite, we'll just say when a creature sees the amalgamite for the first time, it must make con save, frightened for 1 hour. The creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, ending on a success. And then we will say, now here's where I came up with this ability a while ago for zombies. This is meant to represent, let's say the party has an encounter with this creature. It absorbs the paladin. They run away. And then they come back later with a new character, you know, a new party member that fills that spot that the paladin was in. And they see this creature now that has the paladin absorbed into it. They're going to be even more frightened because the paladin is part of this creature's mass. So we're going to say, hold on, let me see how to word this here. This is normally called mortal dread. So we're going to say if there's, hold on a second. Actually, I think I have another creature in my repertoire somewhere that was never released that actually can give me this dread brute. Where are you? Sorry. Spending a lot of time. Yeah, we're probably going to spend a long time on your creature, but that's okay. That's why you guys are here, right? If the creature sees someone it knew in life grafted to the amalgamite, it has disadvantage on this save. Or we'll say it makes the save at disadvantage. Now this might be a little, I might have to word this better so this doesn't take up as much space because it's starting to take up too much space. Let me see if ChatGPT can help me cut down on character usage here. Say this same thing for this trait while using less characters, but not changing the function. That should be okay. Okay, so Dreadful Mass. seeing this creature is terrifying. There's no range limit. If you see this thing from a mile away, it's still going to be scary. It's going to be more scary if you see it up close, but where I'm going with this is, the paladin gets grafted. He's part of this creature now. The party comes back to fight the creature later, and they see the paladin as part of this mass. They're going to be terrified. It's going to be like a horrific sight. So that's what my idea is with Dreadful Mass here. Is so when a creature sees the amalgamite, actually say when a hostile creature, so that way the hag doesn't get frightened. When a hostile creature sees the amalgamite for the first time, I'll just say it makes a or so I think that's befitting of this creature. So now I think that's pretty good for the traits, other than I was going to also say this thing could have reactive, which is a very strong trait, but also it makes sense because there's all these limbs coming off of this creature, right? So why wouldn't it have reactive? But also you have you have reactions. You have the Seize of 1,000 Hands, so we'll get to that when we get there. But just to see how you feel about this, let me toy around with the idea of giving this thing reactive. And if you don't know what reactive is, essentially after every creature's turn it gets its reaction back. And I think that that is pretty fitting for this creature. Reactive can take one reaction each turn. Each turn. Alright, so I usually have a rule with myself where I don't want to go above 6 traits on a creature because it starts to become like really hard to keep track of this, especially if this is supposed to be like a multi-creature, like you're gonna have multiple of them with a hag. Potentially the hag has like other things with her. You don't want to make these too complicated because then it becomes a nightmare to try to keep track of everything. But I'm gonna do this. Has advantage on all checks against being grappled. I'm gonna take out the amalgamite. We're gonna take out the amalgamite for that, just to cut down on visual bloat here. Okay, so you still want lightning absorption, correct? You still want it to heal from lightning. In my opinion, I don't think it needs this now that it has assimilation and it can heal from assimilation. Because this is like rarely gonna come up. I mean, a player could hit it with like a spell, but also there's a spell called Shocking Grasp, which removes the creature's reaction, I believe, until the start of its next turn, and that can actually be a way to counter this creature's very incredibly powerful way to insta-kill you. So I honestly think you should take this out, but I don't want to do it without your permission because I know you wanted this to feel like a construct still. I like the idea of the person being assimilated taking damage. Puts a clock on how long you can fight the amalgamite. Can't mess around, gotta kill it. Yeah, but also it does just instant kill you even if you were at 1,000 hit points after you run out of turns. We might also need to add in something here to say like if it could do this to dead bodies, but we'll come back to that since we spent so much time on this We'll come back to that after the fact. Yeah, Abernathy, I don't think it should have lightning absorption anymore, nor lightning immunity, but I do think it should have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. At least bludgeoning, maybe. Something. Maybe we can give it something else. You could honestly even take out the vulnerability, too. Just to keep it at a baseline. Like, it can heal with assimilation, but obviously, you know, the character has to get assimilated for it to heal. It's not going to heal as much. You do like it, but you're kind of biased because you have a lightning sorcerer. It's like a player in your game is a lightning sorcerer. That's understandable. It's up to you, but in my expert opinion, I don't think we need it anymore. I think assimilation fills the same role. And, yeah, that's just my opinion, though. Not every problem can be solved with lightning bolt. Gosh! Yeah, that's my expertise. Okay, we'll drop it. We'll drop it for now, but we can re-add it if we think it's lacking that. We can still have immunities and stuff like that. We can try to come up with like a reason for why it has like, you know, an immunity and a vulnerability. But that also cuts down on the amount of traits that it has, because you know you don't want too many traits, because then it becomes like a nightmare to try to keep track of everything. Alright, so for now I think we're done with the traits. What you can do after taking out the lightning absorption is like we can increase the hit points on this. You had it in custom. You had 9d8, so it wasn't adding its con mod actually, so I would just do this. You had it as d8s, but it's d10s because it's a large creature. Large creatures use d10s. So it seems like it should be immune to necrotic. Well, it's not an undead, so I would say like necrotic would be a good way to kill it, because necrotic makes the flesh rot and stuff like that. So if like a character, you know, melts the flesh of like a huge chunk of its body, I think that would actually make sense. We can give it 9 hit die, so that it has 76 hit points. Now it's a little bit more tanky, but it's not like to the point where you're like, oh my god, does this thing ever die? But it's still now like, okay, it's 76 hit points, so you're not just going to one-shot it with only 42 hit points. Yeah, it's a slippery slope for absorbing corpses. You'd have to like kind of specify how long the corpse could be dead for, maybe. I would maybe put that in like the lore section rather than on the stat block. So we also, I think it's time to move into the actions. So let's get into the actions here. So you have a pummel attack here, and this is from the fists, the punches, and you wanted this to be able to hit any creature within 5 feet. Now, I would ask you, do you want this to hit every creature in 5 feet with a single attack roll? Or is this thing making an attack roll for every creature within 5 feet of it? Because that's going to slow the game down. And kicks. Punches and kicks. Alright, so we're gonna start over with this here. We're going to call these unnatural appendages. I don't know how to spell appendage. appendage. Thank you, internet. Now, this is something that people don't typically do. I am one to do this stuff specifically. What do I recommend? Well, let's see what I can come up with here. Okay, so unnatural appendage. You can either do multi-attack to where it just has multiple attacks, or you can do where, I would say, if it's to make it easier, if it's going to be hitting multiple things around it within 5 feet, I would say just have it make things like force a saving throw. You could do that in a couple different ways, so we'll look at the different ways that we can do this real quick. So let me see here. How do I want to do this? I'm going to call this a natural weapon. This is 5 feet of reach. If you use these pre-made things, by the way, on this website, it'll calculate the to hit bonus and all that stuff for you, so you don't have to do all this yourself. We're going to take out one target for this for the time being. Okay, so that tells us everything we need to know about like the range, etc., etc. So we'll do this the DM Dungeon Mastery way, where I make things overly complicated because I have to be unique. We got this, that. Pummel. Did I spell that right? Pummel? Yeah, pummel. And you wanted this to do 1d12 bludgeoning damage. So 1d12 bludgeoning damage. I want the players to feel like they're dealing with a whirlwind of limbs. They're chaotically attacking all over. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what Papa DM can come up with. My mouse disappeared. What the hell is happening? I could see it on stream, but I can't. There we go. So it came back. Okay. I could see it on stream, but couldn't see it on my computer. Okay, so now I do this where I'll label where the attack is coming from. I have 2 periods in there. I gotta take 1 period out. Take that out. Automatically does the period, so I don't need to add it in myself. So I do this because if on the off chance one of your players decides they're gonna cut the limb off of this creature, this is also very high to hit for a CR3 creature, by the way. We'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, though. No, you did not. You didn't make it too difficult. I'm just explaining. I'm pleading my case to you as to why I do this. So, unnatural appendage describes to you the weapon that is being used. So, the hands, the legs, the feet, whatever, unnatural appendage that's coming out of the creature. And then the attack that is being used from that weapon is a pummel attack. So now you don't have to do it this way. This is just how I like to do this. So that is one way to do it, and then you would just simply use multi-attack. Makes, you could just say as like a baseline, makes 3 melee attacks or something. Okay, but you specifically want this to hit everybody within range. Now you could go down the rabbit hole and make it how I did with my trolls, where they gain an extra attack versus how many limbs they have on them, but that makes the creature much more complicated. My troll rework was like one of my most controversial reworks, because I had to rework it like 4 times because it was just so sloppy every time I made it. So let me look at my troll for a reference here. Let me see. Okay, hold on. I'm going to open this in a tab, and we're going to look at my troll for a second, and I'm just going to give you an idea maybe. Okay, so this is my troll stat block. Now, in my troll stat block, let me try to zoom in. It's going to be kind of hard with how I have this, but hopefully you can read this. So, I had a mechanic where the troll, if it lost one of its limbs, it could pick the limb up, hold it to its body, it would regenerate and gain a new limb, in which it would get another attack from that. So in my multi-attack for the troll, I said it makes a number of attacks equal, or it makes claw attacks equal to the number of claws that it has. So just as an example, if you wanted to go down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to what's up, Sock? How you doing, man? Okay, hold on. Let me read chat before I get back into my long-winded discussion of how to make this creature special. You're in a cave. You hear a noise. Turn, look, and see the amalgamite running at you fast out of the darkness. Do you scream? Yes or no? Miras, the world of mice. One of my bosses was the mummy of a giant who had a swarm of mummy worms inside, acted like venom, attacking with elongated limbs and absorbing players. Sock said, yo. Trolls do be sloppy creatures. They are sloppy creatures, but they're fun creatures. That's the difference. So there's a couple ways we could do this. We could give the amalgamite a special action that is a recharge ability that lets it do a whirlwind of attacks all around it, and it just forces everything to make a saving throw. And then, you know, if they fail the save, they take the damage. Or we can have multi-attack to where it can actually choose its targets. Or if we wanted to do this, we could give it a passive. This is going to be something I've never done before, so I'll have to figure out what to call this. What's like a good not a large word, but like what's a good word for like a representation flavor wise of it's like swinging its limbs around wildly. I have to try to think of a word for that. Like random flailing or something like that. My music. There we go. Chaotic spasm. That's a really good one, actually. It's chaotic spasm. And we'll say this is a passive trait. And what this will say is the amalgamite makes one attack roll and how did I word it before? Hold on. I'm always referencing my other creatures so I don't word the same ability different on each creature. So let me see. How did I word it for my storm giant here? Come on, Discord, load. Okay, so what I said was makes a single attack roll and affects all creatures in range. Makes one attack roll and affects all creatures within 5 feet of itself. So this would state I would probably take out I'd probably take out multi-attack for this to not make it that strong. But if you had this, you could do, it says Chaotic Spasm. It's a passive trait, so this is just telling you what the unnatural appendage does whenever you use a pummel attack. The Amalgamite makes one attack roll and affects all creatures within 5 feet of itself. Or I would actually say the Amalgamite's attack rolls affect all creatures within 5 feet of itself. Maybe. If you're a new DM and you read that, that's going to probably be confusing because there's no other things in the game that do that. So it's kind of up to you. Like, if this creature is not really being made to like mass produce it and put it into a book for other DMs to read it, all you need to know is how it works. But if you want to make this and give it to other people so that they could use it, you want to make sure stuff is worded somewhat in a way that other people can understand it, because people will question every little thing on your stat block if they don't understand it. Coming from a guy that makes a lot of stat blocks. The saving throw would make it easier, but that would also technically limit it in a way, because now characters with incredibly high dexterity would always dodge the attack. But what you could do is, like, you could say it has multi-attack, it makes 2 attacks or 3 attacks with pummel, or it can use, I like the word Chaotic Spasm. You could make that the recharge attack where it just flails around and hits everything around it. That's actually how you get around characters with incredibly high armor class. You force them to make a dex save, because 9 times out of 10, if you have high AC, your dex is going to be low. So it's up to you on how you want to do it. But there's multiple ways that you can do it. I like the idea of 3 pummel attacks, and then give it a recharge ability, or not even, it doesn't even have to be a recharge ability. It could just be an ability that does 3 die worth of damage. So we'll do that. Hold on. We'll just try to, instead of this being a passive, we'll do Chaotic Spasm. We'll do each creature within 5 feet. Hold on, let me look at my Necromancer stat blocks here, because I've actually worded things much more cleanly. I can't talk. My voice is getting hoarse because I've been talking for so long too. Let me see here. What am I looking for? Where is it? Necromancer. Let me find. Let's see here. So, what I would do, a thing I always do if a character has super high dex, is I'll add a minor effect that happens even on a success, like knocking a target back, knocking them prone with no damage taken. That's a good idea too. You could do something like that. Typically, I guess that's a good thing to do too. Or you could just force them to make a strength save somehow. I like having creatures that aren't just like completely cucked whenever like one player has like, oh, this player has flying, so he's just immune to the creature. Like the creature can't do anything because he has flying. But we'll get to that. Let me see. What did I do for... living creatures, 120 feet, 5-foot radius. Chaotic Spasm. Each creature within 5 feet. And then we'll just say, and this just cuts down on the wording immensely. DC, Strength save, Dex save. Or you take 3d12 bludgeoning. That's actually a lot of damage, so maybe we don't do that. We'll fix it. 3d12 bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. Kind of like that. We'll say medium or smaller creatures are knocked prone, because my design philosophy has always been, if a creature is large, just gotta go finish doing session prep. Just wanted to pop in and say what's up. What's up, dog? Alright, man. Peace out. Have a good one. Hopefully your session goes well. Good luck on your endeavors, my friend. I will see you soon, hopefully. If you show up on Tuesday and we play Shadow Dark, I'll see you then. So what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Don't get ADHD. It's horrible for your brain. You never have a single train of thought. It's just all over the place. Spaghetti code in my brain 24/7. Can't focus on anything. Oh, if a creature is larger than you, I always like to represent a creature that is large using its size to its advantage on a creature that is smaller than it. Like, that's the problem with giants in D&D 5e, is like giants don't represent the, like, you can't even tell that a giant is like bigger than an orc, other than, oh, it does 3 damage die worth of damage. We'll have this do 2d12 bludgeoning damage. Medium or smaller creatures are knocked prone. Okay, so I'm gonna take this pummel out. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Makes the pummel attacks, because I didn't put a 3. THREE. There we go. Okay, so now if you're a new player and you're seeing this, and you see it says it makes 3 pummel attacks, okay? Emphasis on pummel. That doesn't mean you get to make 3 chaotic spasm attacks. It only means you get to make 3 pummel attacks. Now, chaotic spasm, each creature within 5 feet, they have to make a DC 15 dex save, or they take 2d12 bludgeoning damage, and they are knocked prone. So he technically can deal more damage if he hits one creature with 3 pummel attacks. If you were transported into the world of D&D, World of Warcraft /FF, I don't know what FF is, and had to make the perfect character as yourself, what would you choose? That is a loaded question. That is a big question. I don't know. I always envision myself being in the world of Lord of the Rings and just being a Gondorian defending Minas Tirith from orcs. I think if I was in D&D, I would probably I'd probably be a half elf or an elf. I would want to be an elf because I would like being immortal. Just not having to worry about aging would be really cool. But anyways, Abernathy, seeing this, do you like how this is represented now? So you have Also, I'm still thinking, like, for a CR3 creature, being able to deal 3d12 damage in one turn is kind of a lot. So I might... What I want to do in my gut is reduce this to 1d8 instead of 1d10, because it now has multi-attack. DM, I see you are a man of culture. I don't know why my throat is so sore. You know, drinking Dr. Pepper probably doesn't help, but it's, you know, what are you going to do, right? We're all going to die one day. Constantly clearing my throat, probably blowing your guys' speakers out of, I freaking love it. And the formatting looks so much better. Awesome. That's what I love to hear. So I reduced the damage on Pummel because making 3 attacks that do a d12 damage is a lot at this level. So I love, like, Peter Jackson's Gondorian armor is probably like one of, if not my favorite fantasy soldier armor, period. Like, I love, like, silver. Have I had the new Blackberry Dr. Pepper? I have not. I'm so weird. I have an autistic palate, so, like, I get into a routine, and, like, I don't like to ever change that routine. I did try cherry Dr. Pepper recently, and it was actually pretty good. I want to be a seemingly normal human wizard, secretly collect all the spells banned by the Wizard Council, and irresponsibly use my enormous powers. That's awesome. Okay, so I think our creature is coming to life little by little here. You know, am I doing like, is my deep dive into your creature way too in depth for what I'm doing? You know, 2-hour deep dive into a single stat block. That's just how I do it, I guess. I don't know. I talk too much, but you know, we're getting somewhere. So, you know, everything here, you know, it explains everything. Each creature within 5 feet. And then if you are medium or smaller, you are knocked prone. So, too much study and you might blow yourself up. So let's get into the Wail of Agony now. This is a recharge ability. So what I like to do is I like to specify... Oh my god, I have the hiccups. Special action. Recharge 5 to 6. Okay, I need to get the invisible character. Invisible characters, copy and paste. You'll see what I'm doing here in a second. Okay, so we're going to paste an invisible character in there. We're going to do this. We're going to not do that. We're going to put that. Wails of Agony. Wails of Agony. 60 feet. That's good. 60 feet. That. Okay. Add this. Take this line here. Now, the reason why I put this line in my stat blocks is because I have like a... You know, obviously I've never been medically diagnosed because I was born in 1996 and we just don't go to the doctor's office ever, but I think I have some sort of mild form of dyslexia to where if everything starts running together, it's hard for me to read the stat block. So now without these lines, the stat block looks naked to me. So I have to put these lines in here. That's just, I don't know why, I just like to do it. I think it makes it look clean too. It like kind of breaks it up visually so you know where one ability starts and one ends. But anyways, so we have a special action here, Wails of Agony. Now, what did you want this to do? So, the many mouths of the Amalgamite unleash a horrifying scream. All creatures in a 30-foot radius must make... Okay, I noticed a mistake here. So, So you have Whales of Agony is 60 feet, but then you say all creatures in a 30-foot radius. So is it 60 feet or is it 30 feet that you want this to be used? The lines are just, I went on Google and I found like black line, and I literally just copy it and I paste it into the box where you type stuff. So like you can see, like I just Control C, Control V it, and I'll go to my other stat blocks where I've had these in here, and I just put them in all the time. I always put them there. Oh. Yeah, it's all good. I make mistakes too. 60 foot. We'll do. So you want it to be a 60-foot radius. So we'll do 60-foot radius. All right. So we know everything that's in there. So how married to this are you to having this in the description of this ability? Because me personally, I would take this out because it's just taking up more space on the stat block and it's making it look... Alright, the alcohol's starting to make me too stupid. I think I'm gonna dip. Alright, dog. I will catch you later. I appreciate you stopping by. I love having you guys here. Peace out. Don't get too drunk. Don't hurt yourself. Don't pull a Trevor Moore and fall off your balcony mysteriously. 60 foot is really good. Increases the chances players get caught in the Whales of Agony, and the ability actually gets a chance to do what it's supposed to at least once. I agree. I think 60 foot is good. 60-foot radius. But what was I saying? Yes. How married to you? How married to the idea are you of having this text in here? Because me personally, I would take it out to save space and keep the stat block looking more clean, and just literally go straight into DC, because this is like what you would describe to the players as happening. So you could have this in here if you're like newer, but like if you know what it's doing, Whales of Agony kind of tells you the multiple heads are wailing in agony. So we would do DC con save con, or actually this would be a wisdom whiz save, or they take psychic damage, 2d6 psychic damage. That's good. 2d6 psychic damage, and you notice that I abbreviate damage to DMG. I always am just trying to find little things that you could do to save space on the stat block to make it more visually appealing. Some people don't like it. Like I know August, he likes to make everything look exactly how Wizards of the Coast does it. I like making it look cleaner, doing it in my own way, but it's obviously just, you know, it's what you prefer. Psychic damage and frightened for 1 minute. One min. At the beginning of each turn, a frightened creature can repeat this save and end the condition. Alright, so we'll say for 1 minute. Success. Half damage. Resist. Frighten. Wanted to give it a ranged ability. Yes, I agree. You should have a ranged ability here. Honestly, no one lets the poor flying ranger be. We can't let the ranger get on the magic broom Laura Bailey style and just shoot arrows. It's not right. Not in this economy. Their player characters are already too strong. Resist fear, we'll say. And then we'll actually have try to do like repeat repeat save at the start of each of its turns to end. And now, on a success, you take half damage and you resist the fear. And I said everything that you were saying, but in much less space. As you can see here, I'm essentially saying everything that you said there, but I'm saying it all in less space, if that makes sense. So it's a 60-foot radius. They have to make a wisdom save or 2d6 psychic damage, and they are frightened for 1 minute. Repeat the save at the start of each of its turns to end. On a success, take half damage, resist the fear. It tells you everything you need to know. What I would say is, really, you don't need to have this in here, but if you're like a stickler for rules as written, you could say like creatures of its choice, so that when it wails, technically rules as written, if the hag is not immune to frighten, it could get frightened. But that's like kind of redundant, because usually a DM's not going to be like, oh, the minion has frightened the master. So I'm going to take yours out now, and we have all this extra space now. Now we can just add, we can even add another ranged attack. We can have it like regurgitate vomit in a line out to like 15 feet or something if we wanted to really get crazy. We could say like they spew out like a bile or something, so it has like an actual ranged attack. But that's up to you. If you wanted to keep the like this just horrific like melee powerhouse, and like it doesn't have really good ranged attacks, I think a hag would enjoy the whales instead of being frightened. I agree. I thought you were leaving, by the way. I thought you were you're doing your drunk playthrough IRL right now. I would prefer, you don't have to leave. I was just, I'm just prodding you. Omega lol. Check my phone notifications. Oh, boy, who would have guessed? Just a bunch of spam notifications. And we still have Seas of 1,000 Hands. I can imagine it now. Does a puke ranged attack. Oh god, it's in my mouth. Yeah, that could also give it a way to do poison damage or acid damage. That could also give it a way to poison players. And then if the players are poisoned, they're going to have disadvantage on the strength saves, I think. Doesn't poison make you have disadvantage on saves? Poison condition. Disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Nope. At least I don't think a strength save counts as an ability check, right? Speaking of, I'm going to put a few more in the freezer. Be right back. What was I trying to do here? Yeah, but also, Abernathy, that's up to you. Do you think we should add a ranged attack? Like, not just like an AoE ranged attack like this, like an actual, like it spews like a vomit bile. That's, well, like whenever I do creatures like this, I'll usually give them something like that. I don't think the ranged attack should be super powerful. I don't think it should have a ton of range. Maybe 20 feet at the most, because I think the creature's main its main strength should be in its melee abilities. However, you could even say it could pick up a rock and throw it. Why not, right? It has 10 intelligence, so it definitely could like pick up rocks and throw them. So you could even just give it a rock attack if you don't want to somehow describe how it's, able to spew bile really far away from where it's at. But that's just like where my brain's going. I think, isn't there a scene in The Thing where a monster like spits in the guy's face and it starts melting his face off like acid or something? I'm pretty sure I remember something like that. Something like that. I'd be down for some projectile vomiting. Well, why didn't you say so? Of course we're going to add projectile vomiting. I think I closed my YouTube tab out where I was keeping an eye on my stream here. Blah, 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 blah. Let's check my stream here. We're doing good. We're still up. Everything's good. Making monsters gross is a pretty reliable way to add some cheap shock value. I agree. Because especially like acid spit, isn't that from Sky High? I don't know what Sky High is. Acid spewing. Okay, let's give it let's give it an acid spit attack, but we're not going to make this super powerful. That's important. The reason being is the creature's niche is its incredible danger in melee because of its ability to assimilate you. So the acid, the vomit attack, is supposed to be just like a small way that it has consistent ranged damage, but like I don't even think it should be more than like 20 feet away, maybe, if that. You think acid puke is too much? If we think acid puke is too much, I don't see why it can't pick up rocks and throw rocks, though, because it has multiple arms, and like trolls should be able to do the same thing. They should be able to pick up rocks and throw rocks at the very least, and like they could be super weak. Like on my troll, I gave the troll an ability to throw limbs, but I think on my other troll it has an ability to where it could just throw a rock, I think. And that's just Sharpstone right here. So it just throws a rock, pretty much. And then if it only has a range of 40 to 120 feet, we'll do, I think maybe... I'll let you guys choose. Should we give it an ability to throw rocks? Rocks would be more plausible, but again, this is fantasy, so why can't it vomit, you know, far away? But at the same time, we do want it to be focused mainly on its melee powerhouses and not its ranged attacks. The ranged attack should just be like a last-ditch effort for like when somebody's up in a tree or something. Acid puke is too video gamey. This is a game. No, I'm just kidding. You're right. It could be. It depends. Depends. Not every creature needs something like that, but I'm leaning more towards like throwing rocks personally. Like I think it should be able to just throw rocks. What if it could stretch out really far for a projectile attack? Meaning like it's like next. If I'm looking at this art, it doesn't look like it could really stretch out. But like imagine, you know, like it does have a climbing speed, but just like imagine, you know, somebody's up on the roof and they're throwing like, you know, they're throwing like javelins down and this thing can't get up to them, so it just starts picking up rocks and like tossing rocks up. And it could probably do three pummel attacks. 3 pummel attacks or 3 rock attacks, and then that way it has three ranged attacks, 3 melee attacks. Could give it longer reach in melee combat. You could. That I would leave up to Abernathy. And remember, this is still supposed to be a CR3 creature, so not going too insane is important as well. Trying to keep it chill, you know what I'm saying, dog? Brings back the entire village idea. They used to stone people for adultery or whatever. Yeah, and it would, you know, you encounter this thing in a cave, like
sim keeps bringing up, and it's like, yeah, it just starts picking up rocks and throws rocks at you. I think that'll make sense. I'll start doing it until somebody stops me. We'll give it a rock attack. I'll say like heavy stones. Hold on there. The original concept had this where the core of the creature was more of a flesh blob that undulates and stretches. Well, if you do have that as your original idea, you could just say, like, you know, that the melee attacks stretch out a little further, like 10 feet out instead of 5 feet. Simple weapon. The range will be, what did I put for this? 40 to 120. 40, 120. Take this out. Just a simple, you know, we'll make it pretty weak, just like a D6 or even a D4. We'll make it a D4. So it's just literally throwing rocks because it can't reach you. I don't think it would be too strong. If we do that though, now I have to... So we can just simply... It's 10-foot reach. It is a large creature too, so you have to think, like, this thing is pretty big, so it would make sense that its arms are a little... You guys ever drink to the point where you feel like you can think more clearly rather than muddled? I've never been drunk before, and I'm 28 years old. I actually don't drink alcohol because alcoholism runs in my family, so I have stayed away from such things. Each creature within... Oh yeah, each creature within 10 feet? No, each creature within 5 feet. We'll keep that like that. Good choice, bruh. Thanks, bruh. Yeah, it's like I've never been interested in, like, even like smoking weed. I don't like being under the influence of things because it feels, I don't know, it feels weird. I don't like being like high or drunk or anything like that. Or can we think of a more interesting word than throw if we want to add more flavor text through, like, the name of the ability for throwing rocks? I'm picturing, like, it's just like scooping them up and tossing them, scooping them up, tossing them, like, just real wildly. Weed is too much for me. I feel the need to smoke more a couple days later. I need to not do it at all. Attaboy, DM. Yeats Pebbler Mass. Call it stoning, brah. I'm telling you. I'll get Abernathy's opinion on that. Keeping it simple with toss is no fun, yeah. We'll just keep it as throw then. Just simple, only a D4, so, like, it's not encouraged to use this. You're encouraged to do these other actions, but in the case that, like, maybe it gets held down by a spell or something, it can reach down and throw stones. Just little ways. The more that I'm looking at this, +7 to hit. So if we look at, let me look at Wizards of the Coast, like what the DCs would be if this was like Wizards of the Coast creature. So like 13 would be the DC for everything, and then +5 to hit if we're keeping this as a CR3 monster. Get in my body! And throws rock in frustration. Yeah, exactly. Then we'll have to come back to assimilation and make it so that, like, as long as the body's not like a decomposing corpse, it can assimilate it or something. What if we call it, like, roiling fling? Call it wild fling. So it's like, seems like wild. So I set the CR thing back to 3. So that did lower the DC of these things. As of right now, because you want this to be a CR3 creature for level 3 characters. Because plus 7 to hit is pretty insane for a CR3 monster. I don't know of any creatures that are that strong at that level, so just for safety purposes, I'm gonna keep the proficiency bonuses at plus 2, but you can increase it if you want to. I think we're done with the actions, unless anybody can think of anything else. You know, it could do something with its hands and feet. I don't know. I can't think of anything else unless you want to give it an attack like the red cap, where it can move and then hit as part of the attack action or something like that. But I feel like this monster would be more impactful and gut-wrenchingly horrifying if it contained and had body traits of NPCs. Higher AC. Great as it is, brah. You have to be from... Are you from California? You have a very Californian dialect. Brah. I love it. Will mog the players, I'm sure. Okay. Abernathy. It's the moment of truth here. We are on Seas of 1,000 Hands now. When a creature misses an attack roll with a melee weapon while within 5 feet, the Amalgamite can use its reaction to attempt to grab and restrain the creature. The creature must make a strength or dex save to be pulled in and restrained. From the evil nation of Brazil. You guys have Mordekaiser over there? Should we give it a weakness? Seems pretty strong. I don't think it seems that strong as long as you don't make these DCs higher than this. I think this is actually pretty balanced. As long as you're not making the DC like higher than it's supposed to be, this is fine, I think. How I have it like this. Uh-oh. Dead air. We'll do Skyrim Tavern ambience. Why not? Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if that's going to get me copyright ID'd or not. We'll just do, we'll do this one. We'll skip to that. We have a lot of crime and low education. Yeah. I don't really know much about Brazil. Only there was a map on Rainbow Six Siege that took place in Brazil. And I know you guys have the giant Jesus statue in Brazil. And I know you have a special police force called the BAPE. That's the only thing I know about Brazil. Okay. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let me see here. Can I move that? There we go. Okay. Final thing. We're in the home stretch. The giant Jesus. Yeah, don't you guys have the giant Jesus. He's T-posing on that mountain or whatever. That's the only thing I know about Brazilian lore. Christ the Redemptor is the name of the statue. Redeemer. Yeah, that's probably Redeemer. Should we stick with acid vulnerability, or would you recommend a different damage type? Personally, I would just take this vulnerability out, and I would take the immunity to lightning damage out completely and just leave it as is. That's what I would do personally. It's a creature that's meant to be difficult, but it's not, Brazilian lore. Yeah, I'm not a lore master on Brazil, but Brazilian lore is depressing as fuck when you look into it. Yeah, I could imagine. I've seen pictures of Brazil. Oh, Max Payne 3 takes place in Brazil too, so I do know a little bit about that because of Max Payne 3. Does that count? Amazon River is not. Yes? Question mark. I don't know what that's in reference to. Okay. Let me. Oh, it's not depressing. I see. Okay. In response to a we can even say within 10 feet now. In response to a medium or smaller creature missing an attack with a melee weapon within 10 feet. How do I want to do this? Chaotic Spasm isn't a recharge ability, but I actually like that idea of like it immediately can use that as a response to being damaged. Like it takes holy cannoli, I can't type anymore. It's okay, man. It's all good. Time to get another beer. Yeah. That ought to fix it. I'm gonna make this kind of like my other abilities. We're just gonna call this a special action again. Special action? Well, actually, we'll call it a special reaction. How's that? Special reaction. 1 second. I'm butchering this. Hold on there 1 minute. Let me see. How do I want to do this? I'm gonna try to format this in a way that I formatted my spells, my custom spells for my other creatures. Okay, we'll do this. See, eyes sees of 1,000 hands. $5 feet, 10 feet, Gotta look at my other creatures. Hold on. How did I word this? How did I word this? This is a banger. This is a banger right now that's playing. The beer is not cold enough. This time I suffer. You honestly hate to hear it happen. Hold on. What am I doing here? I'm losing my mind. Okay, hold on. Yo! How do I want to do this? We might do 10 feet. We'll do one creature, one medium or smaller. Okay, hold on. 10 feet. 10-foot range. Because I want to do it like this, where it just immediately tells you the save that you need to make. DC, strength save, strength / dex, save, or grappled and restrained, or pulled within 5 feet, grappled and restrained. That's how I want it to look. But now I need to put a trigger in there that says this is in response to a creature missing an attack roll. And I would say it probably needs to be specified that it's medium or smaller creature. We'll seize of 1,000 hands. Just capitalize everything. American moment. Okay, hold on a second here. I can't spell either. Your drunkenness is wearing off on me. Makes me think of those devices that send electric shocks to move muscles. Yeebus, this is complicated. What, me or your situation with your beer? Just cast a cold spell on it. That ought to fix it. Easy. Both, probably. Understandable. Have a nice day. Wait a minute. That was helping me think. Put the banger back on. There we go. Okay. About damage vulnerability. Stop getting distracted, Anthony. Trigger. Creature. Damn it. How do I want to fucking word this? Where do I want to... I can't put it here because it'll make this way too long. Or can I? Maybe I just can. Trigger, or we'll just say in response to a medium or smaller creature missing a melee attack within 10 feet, or pulled up to pulled within 5 feet, grappled and restrained. Okay, let me see that. How does that look? Delete this one. Righteous, drink water. Alcohol leaches water from the body. Dehydration is what's causing the hangover. The stats. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. The stats are too complicated. Okay. How does this look? This should be like easy to comprehend, right? It's a special reaction, Seas of 1,000 Hands, in response to a medium or smaller creature missing a melee attack within 10 feet. They have to make a DC 13 Dex or Strength save, or they are pulled within 5 feet, grappled, and restrained. It seems simple enough, right? That's understandable. It's not too complicated. A lad? Oh no, Abernathy left me to just make his stat block. Now I have to ruin it because he's not here. This is a long one, eh? Long stream. You guys never get tired of me talking, huh? Everything looking great, but I agree we can drop the acid/lightning stuff. Okay. Sounds good to me. I think it's okay without that. Now, quick, add fireball. He's not looking. Never mind. Long, but it kicks ass. Oh, you ain't seen nothing if you think this is long. This is actually quite condensed for what I'm used to making. I think this looks good. Oh, that's right. Sim had an idea. So instead of it, when it gets hit with lightning damage, Sim had suggested that it gets to just use Chaotic Spasm. I think you should get to use it as a reaction, and that way you'll get to use reactive. You get to use reactive more. So, like, you know, the wizard casts a lightning spell, and it jitters, it starts freaking out, flailing around, hits a bunch of stuff, and then it comes around to its turn, and then it uses Chaotic Spasm again. Or if you wanted to, you could say Chaotic Spasm can only be used if it takes damage. Dude, imagine a wizard head that can cast spells, save it for a higher level critter. Well, I actually did that with my Chimera stat blocks. When I DM'd in high school, made a wilderness amalgam with a druid at the center that could cast miracles. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like multi-headed creatures. I want to go back to doing the Ettins, and I want to make like a bunch of different Ettins that have like spellcaster, melee hybrids, and whatnot. Otherwise, if we don't want to add the lightning thing triggering Chaotic Spasm, I think this is done with how it is right now. 3.0 E Undead Head from the Fiend Folio does exactly that. Now I've got myself nostalgic. My high school D&D table was cool as fuck. Yeah, I miss playing D&D in person. Playing D&D over like Discord is such a soulless feeling. I have a lot of like miniatures and stuff that I like to use. I like painting miniatures and stuff. This is one that I painted. I need to do a wash on this. My cat, or my dad's cat, recently knocked my Remoraz off my dresser and it snapped in two, so I gotta get some super glue and fix that one. So I'm gonna save this just in case, just in case some catastrophic internet event happens and like deletes everything. My computer catches on fire. Seems like a scalable monster, large, huge, or greater versions could exist based on a really successful amalgamites assimilating scary numbers of people. I agree. It is quite scary. There's a part of me that says make an ability that, make a kick attack that it can knock creatures prone with, but Chaotic Spasm already has that thing that can knock creatures prone, so if we add the reaction attack, I'm gonna TPK since I have 2 of the monsters coming at the party. Yeah, it's a possibility. 2 of these guys coming at the party. What do your party members look like? How like they have high AC? What's their composition look like? Because right now this is done. I would say this looks good. This is a functioning creature. It's easy to understand. It's pretty strong. They're gonna get cooked, like I said before. Well, if they kite it out, it only has a 25 feet. It has a 25-foot movement speed, so it's gonna have to dash to get up on somebody, and then like if they try to run away, it can't actually grapple you if you try to run away from it. So think of it like that too. It gets an attack of opportunity, but it can't grab you unless you make a melee attack against it, which that might need to be something that we need to do. We might need to give it an attack that just solely tries to go for a grapple. I ain't never seen a party that kites. Players don't think too good. Yeah, and then they get mad at you. Usually, anytime I've ever had a TPK, it's from the players screwing up so bad. They always like stay like out of range. The stoner becomes stoned. Throw his own stones at him. You have a barbarian, a paladin, 2 druids, a ranger, a wizard, and a sorcerer. Holy shit. They'll be fine. You have a big ass party. They'll be fine. In that case, I think we should give this creature an actual action that lets it proactively try to grab you, because as of right now, the only way it can grab you is if it just makes a simple grapple check. We should give it an action, like not pummel, but we should give it like, I don't know, come up with an RPG name for like a like spastic grabbing or something. I'm gonna do that. I think it needs it because it doesn't have a way to just grab you during combat without just making a grapple check as of right now. Chaos or spastic, isn't that like an offensive word now? You can't say the word spastic when people are acting like a spaz or something. Desperate strangle. Is it desperate though? Yearning grasp. I like that. Yearning grasp. On hit. And we'll make this like way lower damage, so this will be like 1d4. We'll do 1d6. 1d4. This will be like you're trading damage for grabbing. Bludgeoning damage. Medium or smaller creatures. Should they be auto-grappled? Or should they make a saving throw to avoid being grappled? Yearning grasp. Because it could probably do this. We have to go into multi-attack. We'll say it makes 3 attacks. Makes 3 attacks with its pummel or yearning grasp in any combination, or makes 3 wild called Fling. It could probably just do all three, right? 3 attacks with its Pummel, Yearning Grasp, or Wild Fling in any combination. There we go. Would this be scarier to add that he grabs not only with his hands but with many mouths? You know, you just reminded me that this does have mouths, so this should actually get a bite attack. I feel like it can only bite you if you're grappled, though. I think it needs it, and the bite attack should probably frighten you or something like that. I don't know. Let's do it. Fuck it. Why not? We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. You know what? I almost want to say Yearning Grasp should just do no damage, because now it's like, why would I use Pummel when I have Yearning Grasp? This thing is the pure philosophical opposite of the concept of personal space. From a balance perspective, maybe I should make Pummel a D10, so you are incentivized to use this if he's actually trying to kill you. Okay, hold on. I'm cooking here. I'm cooking something up. I don't know what I'm cooking. Okay, D10. It can do 3 D10 in one turn. I think it's worth adding. I think it's worth adding it because the bite attack can also give it a powerful attack that it can only use while it's holding you. So that way, when you're doing the cycle of it's trying to grab you, it's trying to pull you in, it now has a synergy with itself that lets it do a bite attack that does a lot of damage. I think it does fit. So we'll do what's a creepy name for a bunch of heads? Like Moaning Maws. I don't know what to call it. Something like that. It's gotta be something like that. Unnatural appendage. Grafted heads. Grafted maws. Grafted mouths. Natural weapon. This will be like a bite. We'll take all this other stuff out. Moan seems like something people would joke about. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to do that. Piercing. This will definitely be piercing damage. This will be 5. This will actually be 0 feet. Then it'll say grappled creatures only. Grappled targets only. Voracious maws. What does voracious mean? Voracious. Wanting to devour great quantities of food. I think that's good. Gnashing teeth has a nice biblical ring to it. Biblical? How does that sound biblical? Hungry like an American. Yeah, we are hungry. I just spent $17 on gas station food before the stream, so... voracious... maws. Grappled targets only. Voracious is very hungry. Me want vibes. Where me vibes at? Oh, here we go. That's a good one. Hell is described as full of suffering and the gnashing of teeth, brah. Ah, I see. Yeah, Americans, we are, it's understandable why every other country hates us, because I think there's too many Americans that are just so full of themselves, and then like we try to act like our country is the best country in the world whenever like we really are just a third world country with a first world coat of paint. Like everything about our country is a racket. Like our healthcare system is just an absolute joke. Like you have to literally spend fucking $10,000 just to get a ride in an ambulance. They are full of themselves, literally and figuratively. Now I'm curious. This has to fill a role. So the role of the maw has to fill... You guys got the hardcore economy, the kings of Earth, UB. Our economy's okay. I mean, like, we're not Venezuela, where it's like, you know, we're... Yeah, our country is very corrupt. It's like... Our government did a lot of really weird stuff in, like, the 70s. Like, just, like, all of the weird, like, experiments that they were doing on people in, like, the 70s is, like, really strange. Okay. The bite should probably have a rider effect, I have a feeling. We do have Chick-fil-A, that's right. Certain people don't like you if you eat Chick-fil-A, though. That's the problem. Of a certain political alignment, they don't like you if you eat Chick-fil-A. That made my neurons activate. Okay, should this bite attack have a rider effect? It probably should, right? Because otherwise, it's not really filling a role on the stat block. I'm scared to make this a D12 damage because that almost feels like too much damage. Usually the bite attack. Okay, the bite attack is gonna be a D10. The pummel is gonna be a D8. So it'll be double the damage die of the grasp attack. This is where we gotta get into the maths. Quick maths. It can gnawing the equipment. No, I don't think this creature is like something that would go after equipment specifically. This needs to be like, with my ogre, whenever you got bit, you were like frightened of it. This creature already has ways to frighten you though, so I don't want to just keep doing frightened. This could be how it poisons you, but do I really want to poison you with a bite? Because these are just like humanoid people that it's turning into this thing, so this is a very engrossing monster. It's assimilated the entire stream. It has. This is mainly because I take forever to try to come up and walk through my thought process, but it's okay. You guys are here to listen to me just ramble on about endless random shit anyways, right? This is the side of DM Dungeon Mastery you don't see in my videos. This is very fun, TBH. Yeah, nobody else on YouTube really focuses on stat blocks like this, so it is kind of fun to just go through like breaking down a stat block to this extent of like this extent, I guess. Okay. I'm trying to think what the bite needs to be like. The oh my god, I need to get away from this thing. this is how it, if you don't get assimilated, this is how it kills you, basically. So I need to think about how I want to do this. Looking at conditions. Could do a dot, like makes you bleed or something, but a cornerstone. So engineering the mechanics of them behind the screen is an underrated facet of the DM experience. I agree. Alright guys, channel your conjoined energy into coming up with what the bite can do on this stat block. The bite is the thing you don't want to get hit by. It could just be, it just deals a d10 damage, so it just deals more damage than like the pummel, which I'm also fine with. That would be simple. It can only bite you if you're grappled, so this is like how it whittles you down and it wears you down. But if you're not grappled by it, it can't bite you, so you're not taking this damage from it, the whole d10. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You've become my favorite D&D YouTuber, not just because you've made my monster 1,000 times better. I just got tired of other D&D YouTubers making short, gimmicky videos that don't drive. Thank you. That means a lot to me. It feels good to have fans. It feels kind of crazy. You might lose some IQ points if I send it your way. Maybe if the bite hits, it increases the DC of escaping it by 1. That's controversial, but that's a good idea. Sorry, Maine. No coherent thoughts in my brain right now. It's okay, man. It's all good. You're the mascot of the stream tonight. You're here for the... You're keeping everybody in good spirits. Because many rolls slow down the game. Yeah. I wouldn't do that. It's already biting you. It has 3 attacks that it could do, so I would say it could bite up to 3 creatures that it has grappled. Or, you know what? We're gonna do this. Actually, this is controversial. Okay, so it makes 3 attacks. It bites as many creatures as it has grappled. Something like that. The bite could okay, ChatGPT, can you help me word this better? Word this better, use less characters, but keep the rulings the same. 3 attacks with Pummel, Yearning Grasp, or Wild Fling, and any... in any, I don't like mix, but any nation bites all grappled creatures. What if bite just hits? What if the bite attack just hits? How's that? That's actually controversial. It doesn't have to make an attack roll, it just bites you. We'll just say it has 0 feet of range. It just bites you. So you just take a d10 piercing damage if you're grappled. Controversial? Strange? Different? pretty hardcore. You're just taking a d10. Now, the only thing is, it can't bite you 3 times if you're grappled. It can only bite you once, but it's technically a free action. It's different. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but just doing the damage without an attack roll don't seem right for like an armored knight. Yeah, you're right. But it's the thought that counts, right? I was trying to do it just to cut down on having to make the attack roll that many times, but perhaps you're right. Perhaps. My players are going to revolt. They're gonna go, what do you mean it hits me automatically? Okay, so then this is fine then, I think. Okay, so it makes 3 attacks with pummel. It can only bite you once, but you can describe it as... We're actually going to change the name bite. It has to be like... The name of the attack has to sound like multiple heads are biting you at once. What's a good name for that? Sim. Help me, Sim. You're good at coming up with names. RPG, like horror, Call of Cthulhu-esque name for a bunch of crazy heads biting you all at the same time. Like the geeks used to say, if an idiot says a true thing, it's still true. Avalanche of bites. Mouths of the many. How about like bites of the many? That way it's like, it's not like, it doesn't make sense that he can't bite you multiple times, but this is just sort of, you're taking a d10 damage because like 3 or 4 heads are biting you at the same time. It only uses that if you're grappled, so that's how it kills you if it's not assimilating you. So there's 2 different time clocks ticking down. And now I think we go back to assimilation and we say, if it reduces you to 0 hit points while you're grappled, it assimilates you. I think that's where we do that. And then I think the creature's done. I think. It should be done, unless I come up with some random thing in my head. Okay, how do I add this in here? It dies as its body is absorbed. If it fails and has no attempts left, or is reduced to 0 HP while grappled, it dies and its body is absorbed into the amalgamite and grafted. There we go. Now, if you really want to, we can give it a weakness, where you can give it like aversion to acid or something, so it has disadvantage on its attack rolls if it takes acid damage, instead of giving it like a vulnerability. That's another way. Like if you're like, this is way too strong or something. If it takes acid damage, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the end of its next turn. If you're like, yeah, I think it should have like a weakness. This implies that it's afraid of acid. Amalgamite. Wouldn't Radiant deal more damage to it, since the gods probably ate something like this? That's also a good point. You could do Radiant damage. I think it's better to give it a weak spot. DC 15 to notice, DC 20 to hit double damage. That's also a good point too. You could do a weak spot. They could take... I like if you do like a weak spot, they have to take a -5 to hit, but if they hit it, they deal double damage. And then if they crit, they deal the crit damage, and then they double the crit damage. This is like a built-in thing for that. Now I don't know if your players are gonna start trying to say they want to cut limbs off and stuff, but weak spot. Never heard of a mechanic like that. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I think that's a good idea, actually. I like that weak spot thing. But what would the weak spot be on this creature? Like, it's like exposed organs as its weak spot. If you take a -5 to hit and you hit that weak spot, you deal double damage with the attack, maybe. I like that because it's more creative than just giving it a vulnerability to a type of damage, actually. You can see its heart through one of its mouths. That's a good idea, too. Okay, what should we call this? Something like Achilles heel. Like, give me, like, alternative names to Achilles heel. Maybe it's something like the hag has to imbue into this creature when she creates it. It's like the hag's like, it's like yeah, it's like a gem or something. She puts it into the creature, and like if you can actually manage to hit it directly, you deal a shit ton of damage to this. So we have to come up with like a name for like this hag thing. What is the it's gotta be like something that like implies that it's Amalgamite's anathema. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. It's sizzling right now. It's sizzling. We're like getting there. Is it too late to submit my stat blocks? No, of course not. They probably won't be featured this stream, but they will definitely get featured in the future. Just because I've been streaming this one. Anathema's Bane. With binding, it's okay. I like the binding thing because that's like Hag's binding, maybe, since it's made by Hag, right? Yeah, and then this is where we're gonna have to try to make sure this isn't too wordy. The Amalgamite has a core that can be targeted through one of its many mouths. DC 15. Well, actually, this would be... We can make this DC 15. DC 15 Wiz Perception to notice. A knot of hearts. That's also a cool thing. Has a knot of hearts that can be targeted through one of its many mouths. Or that could be targeted. We'll say that can be targeted if spotted, so that way it leaves it up to you to describe like where the character is seeing it from. I'm picturing like maybe because Abyss said like you could see it through one of its mouths, like maybe one of the mouths, like there's a red glow that's like deep in its gullet that you can see. Real ancient occultists called arcane objects fetishes, but I'm sure players would point and laugh. Yeah, and then you have to kill their character after that, so we don't want to force them into that, because if they laugh at you, you have to kill them by law. The Amalgamite has a knot of hearts that can be targeted if spotted. DC 15 to notice. If targeted... I want this to work how Great Weapon Master works, where you take the -5 to hit and you deal like an extra 10 damage, but instead we'll just make this deal literally double damage. And this has to be with an attack roll also. I feel like it's true. A player made fun of my villain's name immediately and paid the ultimate price. Exactly. That's how you have to do it to him sometimes. What am I doing? Great Weapon Master. Dummy. Great Weapon Master. This has been awesome. Here's a little love for you. Thank you so much. Like, seriously, I appreciate you guys so fucking much. Like, you guys have no idea. I love all of you. I appreciate any support that you guys give me. It means so much to me. You guys are gonna make me cry on stream. Before you make a melee attack with a heavy weapon, should this be... They should be melee or ranged attacks. If targeted with a melee or ranged attack, the creature takes a -5 penalty to attack roll. On hit, it deals double damage to the Amalgamite. That way, if they crit, they do the crit damage, and then they double the crit damage. So if your paladin smites this thing and he hits that weak spot, he'll literally explode it, I think. Yes. Seriously, thank you guys so much. You guys are fucking awesome. I don't even know like what to say. Like, I never would have expected to ever see myself. Wouldn't it be simpler to just write AC increased by 5? Yeah, but I get it depends. It really depends, because Great Weapon Master, it says like you could choose to take a -5 penalty. If the attack hits, you deal +10. So essentially, that's kind of like what I'm doing, but I'm going to try to reword it. I just want to get this worded out first. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should say that. It seems more like it's on the players, though, when they're taking that -5 to the attack roll. I don't know, it seems more like it's like in their hands, and I feel like it'll make them feel better if it's like this. Maybe. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be stupid. Move that there. Alright, let me see here. Let me get ChatGPT. Can this be worded more efficiently with less characters? Guys. Period. Don't tell me you just threw up. Oh. No, ChatGPT. No, this is the full trait. If targeted with a melee, we're going to do melee / ranged attack. The creature takes a -5 penalty. Takes a -5. Do I need to say penalty? Just -5. The creature, we'll say the creature has a -5 to the attack roll. On hit, it deals double damage to the amalgamite. I think that's good. Okay, I think it's done now. It has a weak spot. Instead of the vulnerabilities, it has a weak spot. Hopefully it's not too big. Don't you give up on us, soldier. You're gonna have to start, like, smoking onions or something. Okay, how does this look, Abernathy? Think this is done now? You think this looks good? It has a weak spot. Your players can, like... somebody said if they're grappled, they don't have the DC 15. You could even say, like, DC 10 or something if grappled. Smoking? Yeah, good idea. Nicotine heals me. DC 15 whiz to notice. Or we'll say DC 10 if grappled. Put that in parentheses. Smoking onions. What does that even mean? A coworker that I used to work with used to say, like, random shit like me. That's my whole sense of humor, is I just say absolutely random shit that makes no sense because it's funny to me. And then he said smoke. He's like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna smoke some onions this one time, and I thought it was the most hilarious thing I ever heard in my life. So I stole it from him and I copyrighted it, and now I just say it randomly. -5 to the attack roll. Okay. One moment. I believe we're chat. I think we did it. I think we just made, like, one of the coolest creatures ever. Good artist copy. Great artist steal. Exactly. Now I'm imagining Shrek carving an onion and smoking weed. No. Check the -5 for the typo. Has a -5. You mean the space there? Yeah, I just fixed it. On hit, it deals double damage to the amalgamite. Yeah, I think this is good. You've gone above and beyond the call of duty. If there was a medal of dragons, I'd give it to you for this piece of art. Yes. I think it's ready to make, like, drag queens and slay. So I think your players are going to be... You can have them... You can blame me if it kills anybody. But... Yes, I think this is done. So I'm going to send this to you on Discord now. So you are now the proud owner of a DM Dungeon Mastery approved creature. Now, I ask you this: do you care if I upload this creature to my Patreon, not as a paid thing, but just for free, because we made this on stream together, essentially? I submitted everything in the Forge Homebrew Creations. Hopefully that was the right channel. Yeah, you could do that. You could send it to me too, so nobody else sees it. Holy cow, you sent a lot. Alright, I'll say pick one of those things and then send me a single one that you want me to go over, because I probably wouldn't be able to go over every single one of those. But I'll say just send one to me in the DM, and then we'll go over one. I think this updated version kicks ass. I hope you guys can sell it somehow. Yeah, I think your players are going to be very upset. They're going to be very sad. Time sure rushed by the stream. You know, like, I never intended on being like a live streamer when it comes to like YouTube, but it is really fun to do live stream, like just making stuff on stream with like the chill music, my chat's popping off, you guys are memeing and having fun. This is like really fun actually. Having a swell time. Ew, it's been 3 hours. No, yeah, it has been 3 hours, and oh my god, my ears. I turned the volume on my stream on accident. It has been 3 hours and 26 minutes. Next stream, I'd recommend the music be a little louder. Last time I streamed, the music was so loud you couldn't hear me. Let me turn it up again, maybe? DM'd it. Can you guys hear the music at all? I'll try and record their sobs and screams. Yeah, please do, because that would be so sick. I always like hearing when people are like, dude, your creature like almost TPK'd. It was crazy. I could make the music really loud. Like that's like really loud, but that's like so loud that I have a hard time hearing myself talk if it's this loud. That's like I have it up all the way on the YouTube. That's good for you. It's good for you whenever it's ear raping. I don't know how to go about doing that so that it's like louder for you guys but not as bad for me. I can add a gain thing on here. Now that's probably pretty damn loud. Hold on, let me turn it down a little bit on my end, but I can boost it here so that it is louder. Now is that like blowing everybody's eardrums out? I don't like... Okay, hold on. Maybe it's just me, but as a DM, I don't always like PCs who are above it all and don't feel afraid of anything. Emotional reactions, especially strong ones, and more entertaining to me than stoicism. Yeah, I like when characters get scared. I like Critical Role, for example, like Travis's reaction whenever Matt does like creepy stuff. That's like what I look for in a player. I'm like, I want to see that. I wish I could be drunk 24/7 and not die of ligma or whatever. Why would anyone DM? Why would I DM anyone else's power fantasy? Unfortunately, I think as a DM, that's mostly what our job is sometimes. But you're also a player. Even as the Dungeon Master, you are a player as well. Your fun matters just as much as the player's fun is, and I think that's been lost. I think there's a lot of people, especially in YouTube, that have a really weird... I don't know, they just like... They put you like... It's like hostile to DMs a lot, I feel like. A lot of people are like, oh, let's break the game. Let's make a meat grinder where you cast spike growth and then you send people through it with grease and then like immediately one-shot the BBEG. I prefer people that play really immersed. Critical Role's first season was great. I like the first campaign was good. I like the second campaign too. The third one, I'm having a hard time getting into it, and I'm having a hard time following it. I don't know why. It feels so different compared to the original ones. I gave them the gift of playing an unrelenting Cowardly kobold who avoided melee combat. Hard pass on any melee combat. That's pretty awesome. Straight up Gonda, bruh. Is that a Brazilian slang for something? Is that like caca? As a DM, you get to make the players suffer through stuff like this innocent critter. Exactly. This innocent thing. They got they, thems and shit. Yeah, if you're not a fan of like stuff like that, campaign 3 is definitely not for you. I'm a moderate, so I'm not a conservative, I'm not a liberal, I'm like right in the middle. I don't like when the political pendulum goes too far to either side, because it gets just it just gets annoying. Like it's just people in an echo chamber. It's like, I don't know. I don't like going on either side of the political spectrum too far. I like staying right in the middle. I'm very like similar to Esper the Bard and his opinions on things. Like, I don't want to get myself canceled, but like how modern day D&D is going, they're making. I guess I could talk about this on stream. Why not? We'll get into it just a little bit. This isn't me like putting anybody down. This isn't me saying like, oh, you're wrong because you have these beliefs. But like, D&D 2024 is made specifically for people that are of like, if you're not liberal, they don't want you to be playing the game. That's like kind of how they're acting, especially with all the changes and stuff. It's just how they're like super hostile towards you if you're not of X political alignment, and I don't agree with that. I don't like when anybody pushes their beliefs on me, whether you're super, super religious or whether, ideology is like both ends of the spectrum have an ideology. That's just how it is. People might not see it that way, but that's how I see it. So like if you go super far left, that's an ideology. If you go super far right, that's an ideology. D&D 2024 is like going in another direction, and it's the left direction, which is like, obviously, like there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but it's also kind of shitty if you're not a person that enjoys like media that is specifically like, I don't know if you want to call it like liberal coded, I guess. I don't know. Some people get very, very vocal. Like if I said what I just said right now in the wrong community, people would castrate me and like freak out on me, and I just said what I said. I didn't say anything offensive. I wasn't attacking anybody, but that's the problem with politics, is like it's all good versus evil now. So it's like you can't say anything, or if you say the wrong thing, so help me, like we'll cancel you on everything, we'll dox you, and it's like scary, man. It's like, dude, can we just like be normal again? Can we like not be this way? It's just annoying, man. Like you see it, that's where like the whole like quote unquote go woke, go broke stuff is coming from. It's like they're making the game, or they're making games for people that are like liberals, basically. And then if you're a conservative, you don't want to play the game, or if you're a moderate, you don't want to play the game. If you don't want something like shoved down your throat, and it's like obvious that like the what is it, like, so like if you're building a house, you have to build the floor first. If the floor of your house, if the base of your house, what is it called, the foundation, that's the word I'm thinking of, if the foundation of your house is like liberal, and then you build up the game around that. So if the foundation of your game is liberal politics, people are going to notice that. Like it's so noticeable. You know what I mean? I'm a complete leftoid alphabet person. You don't see me causing problems. Yeah, like it depends on how the person is. It's just like if there's people that are extreme, and it's on both sides of the spectrum. It's just like, dude, you can be on either side of the spectrum and be chill, but like there's people on both sides that they will never find a middle ground with anything, and it is always an argument over everything, and it's draining. It's why people don't want to engage in stuff. That I think that's why D&D 2024 isn't doing good, and it's not doing good. You can look at like the stats, like nobody wants to play D&D 2024. Not nobody, there's people that want to play it, but like I would say like the majority of people don't want to play D&D 2024 for that reason, just because, you know, it's going in that direction, and like I don't want to go in that direction. I want to go in this direction. It's like me personally, I like a grittier fantasy. I grew up playing like Twisted Metal Black. Okay, like I don't know if you guys know what Twisted Metal Black is, but like I grew up playing Twisted Metal Black, The Suffering. Let me go and like hold on, let me make sure. I'm gonna make sure my search engine doesn't show me looking up unfortunate things that I can't look up on YouTube. Twisted Metal Black. There we go. Don't want to show my porn history on stream. That would be quite funny. But you know, like Twisted Metal Black, I used to play The Suffering, The Ties That Bind. Like these are all like really gritty horror games. Like just all of them have like a really dark theme, a dark story. Like in The Suffering, I'm not saying this is like a good thing, but there's a part in the game where there's a baby crying on the ground, and if you were a psychopath, you could shoot the baby. And like that's insane, but like you could do that in the game. You had to like protect the baby from like these monsters they have like needles in their back. They're all, yeah, The Suffering was fun. I agree. It was such a cool horror game. I loved it. Player choice W. Yeah, I played like I honestly, it's only I think it's like my generation. Like we grew up with games like this, so like I think we gravitate towards grittier, darker things. So that's what I like my fantasy to be. I like my fantasy to be like the Book of Vile Darkness. Now, I never had this book for like D&D. What edition was this? This was like 3.5, right? I want to see them make something like this. It has a content warning on it. I want to see something like this for D&D 2024. Like, don't give me the, like, I don't want D&D, Disney Pixar's D&D. I don't want that shit. I want the Book of Vile Darkness type stuff. I want, like, gritty, dark fantasy. And what they're doing at Wizards of the Coast is they're saying, no, you don't get that fantasy. The baseline now is, the baseline of D&D now is, it's like this lightheartedness. And it's happening with Magic the Gathering too. Like looking at some of the Magic the Gathering art, it's going from like gritty Innistrad, like everything was like grimdark and evil, and now it's going into overly cutesy like characters that don't look, yeah, D&D Coco Melon. Basically, that's all you get is fairy and unicorns. Exactly, that's what it feels like. Postal. I never played Postal. I know it's an incredibly like edgy game though. I know what Postal is. Tolkien, for example, complained that the new culture makes elves and every other fairy tale creature too shallow. I feel like the pendulum is eventually going to swing back to actual grim fantasy. The market is saturated with this filth. Yeah, I agree. I think it'll probably swing back. It's just, is it going to swing back before Wizards of the Coast goes out of business? I think. That's like, I don't ignore alignment. If a monster is evil, I think carefully upon its evil traits and why it deserves for the universe to mark it as evil. And yeah, like I understand the argument too. Like I always try to understand the viewpoint from both sides of things. Like, I can understand why some people don't like alignment. I understand why some people do like alignment. I like alignment as like, this is like guide rails on how you should roleplay the creature. But I highly doubt the market will swing back without complete cultural collapse. I'm afraid that Wizards of the Coast is going to go out of business before they bring the game back around to like this dark, gritty fantasy, like not D&D, Innistrad, MTG. Like, you even look at like some of the old artwork for like the old Magic cards. It's just like, it's hard to explain it, but it's like, it's just a lot darker. Like Soren here, like his artwork is just so much more gritty, and I love it. Versus like if I looked at, I don't know if there's a Soren that was remade to now, but like it's not gonna look like this. Wizards of the Coast tries to correct, but instead of learning their lessons, they'll try to target the romantasy audience. Yeah, like I've heard, like Diversity in Dragons, like that's a D&D channel that's like on the far right? Like he's gonna shit on everything that Wizards of the Coast puts out now, which like I could agree with him on some things, but I think like he might be a little too far on the right spectrum for me. Like I prefer people like Esper the Bard, where they just tell it how it is. He's not, you know, like he doesn't have like some crazy political agenda behind what he's saying. It's just like, oop, you moved it. Sorry, where is it? Here, I can open the, can I open the image? There we go, it's full screen now. They did more with less, honestly. All the color there is muted, and the background fog makes it look sickly. Yeah, like, Innistrad is like peak fantasy for me. It's vampires, werewolves, zombies, ghosts, demons. Like, it's all the cool shit that I like. Darn castle even looks like an evil hand if you squint. Yeah. I want to go back to this fantasy, like, so bad. And it just, like, I don't know. It really does suck, man. Because it feels like you're just, if you go into, like, I don't want to, like, call out other YouTubers, but, like, we'll use XP to level 3, for example. Like, he's like what I would consider, he's like a left-wing D&D YouTuber, which there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But what I would say is, like, if you went into his comment section and you're like, I hate this fantasy, I don't like how D&D looks right now, it looks trash, or something, like, obviously you come up with a better argument than that, but, like, it's like echo chamber versus echo chamber, kinda. I don't know, it sucks, dude. It feels bad when you're just like, can we just, like, make something good instead of forcing everybody? I love XP to level 3 too. I like his skits. I think his skits are hilarious. I love his channel. I've been watching him for a long time. I love his Lord of the Rings but D&D series. That shit's hilarious. I'm not being cynical about Wizards. I'm just being realistic. Hasbro is run by MBAs who aren't gamers, so they'll just go with whatever sells in fantasy novels. Bro, my funny's getting censored. Well, I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying something that's, like, too offensive? Don't be saying shit that's too crazy now. No, nothing bad. I'll have to look at the chat logs. I don't know what you said. I don't know how to check the chat logs, but Tiananmen Square, 1989. Nothing happened. Nothing happened in that timeline. We can't talk about that. Oh, you gotta click the chat. Well, I don't want to set it to that setting because what's it called? I don't want to set to that setting because I don't want people to spam like the N-word or something in the chat. That scares me. I don't want that shit in here. Because Leon is being bad. I get it. Is that your name, Leon? Wouldn't get to that, would it? I don't know. I don't know how YouTube... I need to get like actual moderators, like human moderators. I haven't live streamed enough to get like human moderators, but I need to start getting on that. That's my name, don't tell nobody. Leon. Did you play... Oh, that's another game, Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 Remake's pretty good though, I'm not gonna lie. Also the Silent Hill remake, that's another... I want to play some like games on stream, but it sucks that like my channel is like only D&D. I'd have to start a whole new channel, and like I don't feel like anybody would go watch me play video games and just chill. Rest well, bruh. Who said they were going to bed? I don't even see anything that says somebody was going to bed. I nominate myself to be mod. Well, guess what? You've been promoted. Can manage blocked... I don't know what this means, but sure, there you go. I didn't see Razia said he was going to bed. Why do you guys see that, but I don't? If I get paid with this sweet, sweet USD, I'll be mod too. Well, unfortunately, I don't make enough USD to pay people. Feel free to send all the money my way. You guys unfortunately have picked the poorest man in the US right now. So unfortunately I can't pay you. If I made money, I would definitely pay people. I never said I'm going to bed. What happened? Why is everybody saying good night? What is going on? I have power now. Look at that. Yeah, you know. Just don't let people say like racial slurs and whatnot. Brazilians run on greed. We can't physically work for free. Understandable. Part of me loves the wargaming stuff that older D&D was. I like throwing big battles into my D&D games and crafting things to make that doable in game without slowing things to a crawl. Yeah. I tried to run a big battle in my last game that I ran for 5e, and it actually caused me to be so disappointed in myself that I have taken a break from running 5e, and I haven't run a game since, and it's been like months now. I felt like it failed that miserably. My players didn't feel that way, but I was like mad at myself because I was like, I just made this game run so long. It didn't feel like anybody was engaged, and I was like, dude... Hey, Razia, does this cloth smell like chloroform to you? Does anybody here play Magic the Gathering also? That's like, I used to play MTG. The person that got me into it, this is going to make the stream be really sad for a moment, but my best friend that got me into Magic the Gathering, he actually passed away. He had leukemia, and, you know, when somebody like gets you into a game and then like they pass away and it's like your best friend, it's kind of hard to continue playing the game. So I haven't played Magic the Gathering since like, I don't even know, it's been a while. I wanted to get back into it, and then I keep seeing all this shit with like the giant cactus and whatnot. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I didn't have $5 billion, so I stopped. Understandable. Magic the Gathering is pretty much the same. Like, if you don't have like $800 to buy lands for mana, your deck's just going to get steamrolled. Unless you're playing casual Magic. I'm one of those people that actually, and I'm sorry to say this, but I hate Commander. I know. I put my hands up now. I'm sorry. I actually had a deck that was fully vampire themed. Like all of the cards, the spells, they were all vampire themed. So I had like Searing Blood. I think that's a card. Yeah, like I only picked cards that had like blood in the name, or like had vampires in the artwork. Had like Victim of Night. It was a red-black vampire tribal deck. And it was cheap too, but like it was just completely vampire themed. Like all the spell cards. I feel like people don't make decks like that. Well, they really don't. Is this really $1.79 now? That's insane. These were like 50-cent cards when oh, that's on Amazon. They're probably not. Time for me to just go on a complete tangent now and go on TCG Player and just start looking up card prices. No, I can't because it'll make me want to buy them. Alright, let me close all this stuff out here. I built my decks off different classes. I read that already. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! PC games recently. It's cool, but I will not spend money. I have paid for most of my D&D books. I've scavenged the deepest recesses of the internet like a goblin. Yeah, I have a ton of D&D books. I like physical media. Like I got the Shadow Dark book recently. I love this thing, man. I want to run a Shadow Dark game. I stopped buying Magic cards after they played their race games with Lord of the Rings. Yes. I would mention that, but I don't want to get canceled. I don't like when characters get race swapped or gender bent or things like that. That stuff kind of really annoys me because I feel like it's a cop out to try to get a certain side to like you because you like race swapped or gender bent. It's just such a cop out to me. You said too much already. I know I'm gonna get banned. He's done. Put him. Get your hands up. You're cooked. This is all recorded. I know. It's too late. I've already gone too far. I try to be pretty understandable, though. Like, I'm not super judgmental. Yeah, it's pandering. That's like... I hate... Like, dude, come on now. I'm even one of those people who, like, I don't like female characters in games that are, like, overly sexualized. I don't like bikini male armor. Like, I think that shit is so stupid to me. Like, when a female character... Like, you have, like, plate armor, but the female character has, like, cleavage built into it. It's like, dude, come on, man. Like, it's so stupid to me. I kind of cringe when I see people download mods for games, and, like, they download, like, overly sexualized mods of all the female characters. I'm like, dude, that's just... It's cringe, bro. Like, why are you doing that? It's so cringe to me. I hate it. But... that's what people like. Yeah, it's literal gooner activity, really. That's what it is. You're just gooning. Gooner moment. I hate it, bro. It's so cringe. Race swapping is just copyright evergreening that... I don't even want to say that word because it feels like I'm insulting people. Feel need to defend for some reason. The Goonic ways are mysterious. The plate bikini. Why does it come up late here but not over here? That's weird. Is Gooner an evolved? Is it like the Pokemon, like when you evolve? Is that like the evolved form of Coomer? I never know. I don't know the difference between Gooner and Coomer, to be honest. The plate bikini is actually a trick. It's normal plate armor enchanted with illusion magic to fool attackers into striking at exposed flesh that isn't there. Why is that not showing up? Oh, I see. This is why. Hold on. Live chat. There we go. I fixed it. It was top chat and not live chat. Okay, now we have to get into a deep dive of like the difference between Gooner and Coomer. Gooner is funny as fuck, but it's probably not good to repeat over and over. Bikini armor equals stabbing targets. What's my favorite movie? Oh god, that's such a hard question to answer. I can watch the original Lord of the Rings trilogy when Gandalf falls down the pit of Khazad-dûm and he's fighting the Balrog on the way down, and I get goosebumps literally every single time, and I get hype, and I want to jump out of my chair. So like, I don't know, I want to say Lord of the Rings like is my favorite movie trilogy. I'm like obsessed with Lord of the Rings. Plate bikinis are actually cringe. I was just making up a reason they would why they would exist. Yeah, like I guess Lost Ark is a good example of like okay, like you have the male characters, they're all like super bulky and big, and then you have the female characters, they're all scantily clad. Like I'm like, bro, I don't play Lost Ark. I've watched my friends play Lost Ark because Lost Ark looks incredibly predatory, and like just you have to randomly roll to upgrade your gear, and like to me that's just like, what? I'm not playing that game. But like that's what I mean, where it's like, dude, like why? I like badass strong female characters, so like Joan of Arc style. Like Joan of Arc would be like an example of like a strong badass female character. What's her name from Warhammer? She's like the Joan of Arc of the Warhammer universe. Réponse de Léonesse. She's like one of my favorite. She's awesome. She's fucking badass. And she's not sexualized. She doesn't have like bikini male armor on. She's literally Joan of Arc, but like high fantasy. Let me see if I can open this in a new tab. Yeah, she's awesome. She goes into the desert and she fights like the undead. Like that's, to me, that is 1,000,000 times more badass than if you take like a female character and you're like, we gotta make her busty, like put titties, like make her titties bursting out of the seams, and like her thighs are like literally bursting out of her pants. It's like, I don't know, it's stupid to me. Like it almost is like unhealthy. Like I mean, I'm on the internet, I'm a gooner just as much as the next guy, right? But like, come on, bro, I don't want to be like horny 24/7 while I'm gaming. Like I want to get immersed into the game, right? I'm sorry, hold on. Lord of the Rings is always the correct answer, and that's science. You're a man after my own heart. I love you. Bikini armor is made by cheapskate gnome blacksmith who places illusion magic. Oh, you don't speak against big thighs. Well, I mean, I like big thighs, but I don't want big thighs on my strong female characters, you know what I'm saying? Well, they can have big thighs, but like not in a sexualized way. I love Bretonia, by the way. I'm a Warhammer Fantasy super fanboy. I love Warhammer Fantasy. My based opinion, post-nut clarity unlocks a DM's true potential. Don't go into a game horny. Also, don't sleep with your players. That's a thing that I've learned the hard way. Don't sleep with your players. I'm pretty on that. This character, it's mostly armor. Are you familiar with every frame a pause? I am not. I have no idea what that is. You've slept with your players. I slept with one girl that joined my party, and she went kind of nuts afterwards, and she wouldn't leave me alone. I guess she had like she had a crush on me, and she joined my game. I was trying to get her and her boyfriend to join the game, and like her and her boyfriend broke up. And then she ended up joining because she was like trying to get him to come play, but like the dude would just like get drunk and not play, I guess. He just kept like showing me up and like not showing up. So I was like, you're still invited if you want to come play. She ended up breaking up with him. And then like I don't know, we were texting, and then like she leaked that she liked me, and then no, she didn't cheat. I don't like when people cheat on their boyfriends or girlfriends, especially not with me. I feel like that's kind of shitty. I try not to do things to people that I don't want done to me, because then I feel like it comes back to you, you know. But what was I saying? So yeah, she texted me, and like she slipped up that she liked me or something, and she wanted to sleep with me. So we ended up hooking up because I thought she was hot, and then it wasn't supposed to be anything more than that. And then she was like freaking out because I wasn't texting her every day, and like she was like, you haven't invited me to any sessions since the last time we played. And I'm like, because you never answered my invites, like you're always working or something. And I was like, dude, this is like... She never played again. She played like a couple times and then just stopped showing up. But don't sleep with your players, it's not a good idea. Long story short, I'm pretty sure I got kicked out of a game because I got mad at a DM's favorite. They were probably banging on the side, though I could be wrong and salty about it. Yeah, that's cringe as well. Like whenever like the dude is like showing favoritism towards a female player because they're like banging or something, it's like, bro, that's in like a lot of horror stories. You hear that stuff. I feel like I should have like something more interesting on this screen while we're talking about just chatting now. Okay, hold on, wait. This is the content that I stream for. Okay, we'll have Rapons just up on here. You knew she had a crush on you and you slept with her and thought there'd be no strings attached. Shaking my head. She didn't, like... I was like, she just got out of a relationship. I was like, surely she doesn't... Like, looking back now, like, current day Anthony would probably date her. But, like, back then, that Anthony was, like, not ready for a relationship. And I was like, oh, yeah, she's hot and she just wants to bang. So we were just hooking up. And then, like, it, you know, became crazy. And then we stopped talking for a while, I think. Tea emoji. Coffee emoji. Big mistake there, fella. Sex ain't no joke, especially for girls. Normally, I've never dated my players. I've tried to get girlfriends to play D&D, but like that's the crux of my career, is like I end up dating girls just because I think they're attractive, and then like we have nothing in common, and then the relationship doesn't work out. So like now I'm in my phase where I'm like, dude, I'm 28, I'm ready to date a girl that is like a goonette nerd that wants to play D&D, and like I'm not taking anything else but that. Like I won't. I'm in that phase of my life, you know what I'm saying? That's where we're at right now. This DM Dungeon Mastery real talk. That's where we're at. And also, like, right now, I would like a girlfriend, but I don't need one. And also, there's like an unfortunate... I don't know if this is like red pilled or whatever, but like as a guy, if you're not like wealthy in some way, women tend to not want to date you. And like right now, I don't have a job. I'm door dashing for a living and I'm trying to do YouTube. Dude, I make no money. So like it's hard for me to be like, hey, like my recent pickup line that's been working was like, so you want to go window shopping at like a mall or something? Because I'm broke. You know what I'm saying? So, but if I feel like if I meet a girl that's like, yeah, I don't want to date you for your money, that's gonna be like that'll be like a decent relationship. That's really for most Americans. Yeah, it's truly a feels bad man moment. Relatable as fuck. I'm glad you guys all agree with me. I'm glad we're just like this is the boys. This is the boys chat right now. My wife married me while I was still going through college. Okay, so she's She knows you're going to be a broke college student, so that's good. That's probably why you guys are still together, right? She wasn't in it for, like, the money. That ain't red-pilled. That's just the reality for most Americans. Men have problems, women have problems. Yeah, I agree. That too. Like, I don't think... It's kind of sad to see, like, whenever you'll see, like, a Facebook post of, like, somebody talking shit on, like women, or, like, women talking shit on men, and it's like, is it all women are shitty, or is it just that person is shitty? Like, it's important to, like, you cannot turn it into, like, side versus side. You need to just see it as, like, that person is a shitty person, not all women are trash because this bitch is looking for, like, she's a gold digger. It's like, no, dude, she's just a shitty person. Move on. It's not all women. She's just a shitty person. Window shopping, laughing emoji. Yeah, that's the go-to when you don't want to spend money. I date for marriage, so I don't care what she looks like, TBH. Hey, man, that's a good thing, too. I don't know what she was in it for. LMAO. Short King Riz. I'm a short king too. I'm like 5'6", 5'7". We in wildly different situations, by the way. Brazilian women aren't like American women at all. Most of them aren't paused as fuck. I don't know what paused means. Our problems aren't always the same, but we have to recognize that our mutual struggle is more based on class than anything. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. They have a more natural way to see things here, I'd say. Based, Razia. I would say, with going back to what Razia said, where, like, you don't care about looks. I don't care about looks to an extent, but obviously everybody has, like, you have a limit. Like, maybe you would date, like, somebody who you're just not attracted to physically, but, like, she's got a really, like, 10 out of 10 personality. But, like, I think most people, like, you have to be physically attracted in some way. You know what I mean? Not in, like, a shallow way, but, like, physical attraction is important. Talking to you guys like we've known each other for years at this point. I missed the second part of what Razia said. The people that watch this VOD, put a bag over her head, no problem. People that watch this VOD, they're gonna be like, yes, this is great learning content, and then we get to, like, the bro talk at the end. At this point, personality would be the biggest thing for me. It is incredibly important. I agree. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, I was dating women that I was just merely attracted to for the longest time, and it's like, oh, she's hot, and then, like, oh, we have a lot of sex, and then it's like, okay, post-nut clarity hits. What do you guys have in common after that? And it's like, we're like, we like the same music. And then, like, the relationship just goes downhill. You know what I mean? So we might as well have known each other for years. We spent a long time working on the amalgamite. Yeah, I don't mind it, though. It's fun. It's, like, my hobby. I like working on stuff. There's a limit, but look, if I marry her, sex doesn't stop when you're 35. You'll still be having sex with her for 20 years. From 50 onward, you're having sex with an old lady for most of the marriage. Yeah, unless they invent, like, reverse aging serum and we can all become vampires and live to be 1,000. Or World War III is gonna wipe us out. Something like that. One of the two. Hopefully they invent us becoming vampires. Reverse aging pog. Mankind cannot live that long. We're gonna get even more evil. I think... Alright, so it's time for DM Dungeon Mastery to get super philosophical. I don't think that we can advance as a society while places like North Korea exist, while healthcare is, like, still being, like, for profit and not just a general thing that's available to everybody. It's like there's a paywall. It's like, okay, well, sorry, buddy, we're not going to give you insulin because you don't have enough money, so I guess you're just going to die, LOL. I don't want World War III to happen. That's terrifying. Like, I don't want to get drafted and, like, go step on some Russian IED and get my legs blown off or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm betting on World War III. If it happens, all bets are off, and I can reap bloody revenge on all who have wronged me in the post-apocalypse world. If we're not allowed to have a good society, then I will take revenge on the bad people. Yes, I agree. The leaders of our species are definitely parasites. They don't care about us. We are a number. We are here to produce, and if we don't produce, then we are useless. That's kind of how they see it, and it's sad. Like if you ever look up like a Dyson sphere or something, this is getting like super sci-fi, but like a Dyson sphere, how are we ever going to create that when there's still the threat of us launching bombs at each other? It's like, dude, come on, man. Can we just stop? Like, we're not living in the medieval times. Like, we're not in a feudalistic society where we're fighting each other over territory, but yet, like, Russia is doing that right now. They're, like, literally invading over territory, and it's, like, crazy that's happening in the year 2025. Like, dude, it's not the medieval times. Why is this happening? They don't want nuclear war, but they don't want a free mankind either. Yeah. Unfortunate, right? That's why I play fantasy games, to escape into the fantasy, and I just pretend it's not real. The real leaders, what are you talking about, like the Illuminati or something? We're not an enlightened species, we're a semi-civilized beasts with funny hats and automatic weapons. Yes, and we have a very, very active imagination that seems to dictate, like, what is right and what is wrong. Modern era sucks, low-key. Born too late to punch Nazis, born too late to conquer the stars. Exactly, dude, it's depressing, it really is. Like, I was just watching Cops the other day, and it was, like, the episodes that took place in, like, the 90s and early 2000s, and it's like, people just acted differently back then. Like, people weren't acting crazy. Like, obviously there were crazy people, but, like, you get pulled over, you're not, like, freaking out and, like, throwing a hissy fit, pulling your phone out. Like, phones weren't big back then, so it's like people lived life differently. You weren't constantly swiping through TikTok, like, on your phone. Like, you weren't just like a robot. The only thing I'm looking forward to out of future technology is I would like sex androids. That would be pretty cool. It'd be pretty sick. Even though they say it's not good for the human race to create that stuff, I think it would be pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I want a robot that looks like Sasha Grey. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. You take that back, Mr. Sunshine. We made peanut butter. We are definitely enlightened. People weren't acting crazy 10 years ago. People were still acting crazy, but, you know, everything pre-pandemic was so different compared to post-pandemic. Like, the year has just, like, so, like, 2020 or, like, late 2019 to now, it feels like it has just been one giant year that has just never ended. It's just kind of crazy. I don't know why. I don't know where the time has gone. Like, 5 years have gone by. It's already 2025, and it, like, doesn't even feel like it. But the pandemic was actually pretty lit for me because I got government money, and then I just didn't work for a year, so it was pretty it was pretty good for me, I'm not gonna lie. Bro is really advocating for Ro Pushy. Yes, I am. As president, that's going to be my first order of business, is everybody gets a sex robot. You tell me, my clock still froze at February 2022. You were out of work. Yeah, I don't know how Brazil is. For some reason, I just like I don't want to like talk shit on your country or something. I don't really know much about it. I just know it's like the government is like pretty bad from what I know. I want my sex robot to have a toaster oven in the chest to make pizza rolls. Hell yeah. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Listen to like the vibes of this stream. We're just talking about life and we're listening to fantasy music. I can talk shit about it. You can't. Them's the rules. Yeah. Fine. I'll relent. I would think we were going to lose viewers for me just sitting here chilling and talking, but we've gained viewers somehow. I don't know how that happened. People just like to hear real talk. They just like to chill out, I guess, on a 12 a.m. on a Saturday. Somebody else's did, but I don't know how well I'll be able to make it after sitting here for 4 hours. Because we're all fucking boys, for real. That's what I'm saying, man. The boys. My posts don't show on filtered chat. What are you... You must be saying, like, some crazy shit. I don't know what you're saying. It has been a long stream. Could possibly just chat instead. Okay, we'll do a preview. This was what it was. It was a weregool. It's set to live chat. I don't know why you're not seeing your stuff. I don't know how to check the chat, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how to do it. People have to manually switch over to live chat. There's no reason for top chat to exist. I don't know. But this was the runner-up after... The plan was going to be I was going to finish the amalgam and then do this one, but you know, I spent like 3 hours making the amalgamation, and then if I spend another 3 hours, it'll be like 3 a.m. by the time I finish this one. So I think we're just chilling for right now. That's what I said. I censored it myself now. I thought Righteous was gonna conk out a while ago. Good job sticking around. Yeah. He said he was gonna pass out. He ran out of beer and he's still going hard. Checking Discord real quick just to make sure I don't have any like DMs or anything. I don't see a problem with going till 3. Well, I don't necessarily, but I need to get water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna set this to the chat only window here, the waiting room, and I will be right back. I'm just gonna get a thing of water because my voice is hoarse. Okay, I'm back. How do we have 11 concurrent viewers whenever I'm like not doing anything? Actually insane, by the way. What did I do with my food? Put my bag somewhere. Oh, here it is. I got food like 3 hours ago. Hi, back. It's kind of cold by now, but do you guys have sheets where you live? You know what sheets is? I'm gonna try not to eat too much on stream, but I'm kind of hungry, I'm not gonna lie. What'd you guys do while I was gone? Did you guys do anything bad? Nice cold agua to wet the whistle. I pissed out all the water in my body. So did I. My current favorite fantasy genre that my own game is mainly based on is a D&D fantasy of the early modern period / early industrial age gunpowder and alchemy. So I like a more low fantasy setting. Guns tend to ruin the fantasy for me. Try not to talk while I'm chewing. But you have to understand, I'm quite hungry. If guns exist, it's hard for things like dragons and giants to like be a dominant force because like you could just shoot them to death. That's my opinion anyways. That's a very basic opinion, but that's an opinion. Alcohol is of the devil. I agree, I don't like alcohol. I don't think anything good comes from alcohol. I think nothing but bad decisions comes from getting drunk. Nobody's ever gotten drunk and made a good decision. We'll put it like that. Hold there, come on now. Nay, nay, nay. I shan't relent nor take back what I said. Look at me, I'm plenty of good decisions. You haven't drunkenly stumbled off a balcony yet, so I would say that's as good as it'll get, right? Thankfully. Why shoot the dragon when you could seduce the dragon? The bard, probably. I have never had somebody do that, but I think when somebody does that, you have like one of two options. I mean, like, what is the size of a dragon's wiener compared to the radius of a bard's? You know where I'm going with this. You'd probably get split in half, is what I'm saying. I don't think a dragon would want to mate with a human because dragons probably see humans as disgusting. Like, from my perspective, that's how I would imagine a dragon would see, like, a humanoid. No dragon in my cool lore is going that way. If you seduce the dragon, they're keeping the seducing character and leaving the rest. Yeah, you just become a drone, a mating drone for them. That's like in Critical Role, whenever Travis got turned into stone, they were like, well, we'll take the statue as a recompense, but the rest of you can leave. Like, the players aren't going to leave, they're going to try to fight for it, so they'd have to kill the dragon anyways, right? This would be a good time to work on a map, like a map editor. If only my subscription didn't expire, I would be working on like a map or something. I'm gonna be honest, I ain't never run a dragon fight when I used to DM. Never got the chance. I've only run low-level dragons. I've never been able to run like a full adult thing. Yeah, it annoys me as well. The I seduce a dragon thing annoys the shit out of me. I think it's just stupid. I don't think a dragon would want to sleep with a person, personally. Why's my mouse feel weird? It do be a silly trope that can derail a cool story. Indeed it can. And indeed it will. The best possible outcome is the dragon keeps you as a pet and dictates the terms of the relationship. Yes. Man, you know what I really want to work on? I really want to work on a veteran stat block. But I feel like people are more hype to work on their own stat blocks. So it is fun to work on other people's stat blocks. This chat's going south. It's going in a direction that I was not prepared for. The veteran stat block is the same challenge rating as the amalgam. Imagine that. I was gonna read it out loud, but actually like work on a block. I'm thinking about working on this one, but then again I'm also thinking it might be a little late to start working on another one. I want to know who is all viewing me right now. But it's also like, dude, you got the stream going. We got like a good thing going. Let's go deep into the night together like real men. I planned on playing video games before I went to bed tonight, but I don't know if that's gonna happen now. Stretch. Cuddle up with me, Tony. God. I'm shocked Lord Drawny never came in here. He's usually like right up, like he's always making creatures. Okay. Everybody that's watching and listening to my voice right now, just like say that you're here so I know that you're here. Because I don't want only like 2 people giving suggestions for this if I start working on another stat block. Ah, hell no. Present. Now that I compare the veteran against the amalgamite, I'm worried the amalgamite is stronger than CR4. And Abernathy's party is actually cooked. Well, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you, but also, you know, it does have a weak spot they can target, keep in mind, so they could potentially kill it. He also has, like, 8 party members or some crazy shit like that. Though I do be getting sleepy. I stay up until like 4 a.m. and then I sleep in until 3 p.m. Yeah, they have healers, right? It doesn't have anything that prevents healing. Gets TPK'd. I did not add a radiant weakness because I didn't feel like it needed it. You've been up since 4 a.m. Yeah, I understand. If you need to go to bed, I get it. Bro got a burger, real American hours. I know. I gotta do it to him, you know what I mean? My Dr. Pepper's flat now, though, so unfortunately, I have to drink this. There's not enough calories in this, so I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Buy a sleep mask, that way we'll sleep only until 12. Dude, get some rest. Smasher burger. Bernie Sanders approved big beautiful bunger burger. Yeah, Americans, we just like pump hormones and like steroids into our food, so it actually gives everybody cancer, and then they make money off the cancer patients. I'm convinced. And corn syrup, yeah. Oh man, how many of you guys are gonna flake out in like 20 minutes when I start this stat block? Be honest. I think we might end up, I don't know, we might end up pushing this back until like another stream. The veteran's a big one. We have 13 concurrent viewers. Holy mackerel. You'll be here. You know what? I don't believe you. I think Team Rocket's gonna be blasting off again. No, I'm just kidding. Got him. Take a bite of my burger here. Roll up my sleeves. So the veteran makes 3 attacks per turn. Soda is just liquid candy. Soda is also horrendously bad for your teeth. Like, I have a cavity that is on one of my front teeth. Eventually, that cavity is gonna break one of my teeth and I'm gonna look like a crackhead. So like, I'm desperately hoping that I could somehow get my teeth fixed before that happens. But of course, to get that fixed, it was like 5,000, some crazy high amount. Like, okay, man, I guess I'll just not have teeth. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy, ain't it? And I brush my teeth, because if I didn't brush my teeth would be like yellow. I drink so much pop that like it erodes my teeth. It's so bad. But it's so addicting, I can't stop drinking it. It's only Dr. Pepper though. I don't drink anything else other than Dr. Pepper and water, usually. I don't even drink juice. I'm shocked I haven't got a kidney stone. Why cure when you can treat? Infinite money scheme. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of cringe. Censored even when I don't say nothing bad. Shh, SMH my head. Okay. Here's my theory on the veteran stat block. So the veteran stat block, fun meth facts. Meth restricts blood flow, which prevents blood from properly circulating throughout the gums, so teeth fall out. That's why meth makes teeth fall out, and they're made of sand and hairspray. What the fuck? I love meth now. Pog. What a great D&D stream we're having. This is D&D, by the way. This is what D&D is now. We just talk about meth facts. Streaming at 12 a.m. be like 12 a.m. in the morning. We should add meth to D&D. I actually added a drug to D&D called spider eggs, and what it was is when you smoke ettercap eggs, it makes you like incredibly high, and you like, it's like PCP kind of, or it's like something that makes you like, it's like kind of like Xanax, but like you sleepwalk, and like you wake up naked in like a pig pen or something. So like the goblins in my world are addicted to spider eggs, so they're always like, alright, listen here, we gotta find the spider eggs. Alright, we gotta find the spider eggs. Meth head stat block ASAP. I was actually just thinking about that while I was taking a shower the other day. I was like, for April Fools, I need to do a stream where I make like a crackhead stat block. And just be like, he has crackhead strength. Whenever he falls from a high height, there's a 50% chance he takes no damage. Or something like that. Smoke powdered ettercap eggs temporarily gives the creature barbarian. I believe there's someone's wiki up there with D&D stats for drugs. Dude, drugs in D&D are funny. Life is pain. That one video of the crackhead doing a backflip from a second floor. I seen one where a dude jumped out of like a 4-story building and he just got up and ran away. People were like making crackhead jokes about it. It was funny as hell. That's where I had the idea. I was like, there has to be something where like when he takes damage, he rolls a d6. If he rolls like a 1 or a 2, he takes no damage or something. Just like something stupid. Call it like crackhead strength or something like that. Something that's just like stupid. Crackheads are the world's most powerful resource. What's your my favorite class? Sorry if I keep blowing your guys' eardrums. I think my favorite class is Bard, mainly because like I really like classes that are like Jack of all trades, Master of none in like games. So like I play a lot of Company of Heroes too, and I like playing the Americans because they're like the Jack of all trades. They don't have anything that's like incredibly powerful, but they're good at everything. So like I tend to gravitate towards stuff like that. That's what I really like about bards. But I also like wizards because I get to do a wizard voice, and it's usually an old man. Yes, of course. We must. I have no memory of this place, but yet it is quite interesting. My players participated in a barbarian tribe destroying a goblin village and recruited the only survivor, a goblin chief named Grubwick, who's really good at cooking nasty goblin food. A wizard slayer in actual tabletop. Veterans, probably dexterity, strength and dexterity save proficiency. I feel like wisdom also makes sense. But also you could argue that they could have a constitution proficiency as well. Should these just be like skill monkey NPCs because they're veterans? Speaking of Wizard's Voice, have you saw Ed Greenwood's YouTube channel? I have. I've actually watched a couple of his videos. He's like one of the last surviving old school players that people... I don't think people hate him, right? Everybody hates Gary Gygax. Everybody of a certain crowd hates Gary Gygax, but people don't hate him, right? Burger. Okay. I'm sorry. Especially if there's new people in here that are like, dude, what am I watching right now? Just some dude? He's just some dude making stat blocks? Okay. So let me get this. This is what I want to show as an example of, like, I feel like I went overboard with these, but it makes sense on a stat block for a veteran. Where are my orcs? Orogs. Where are they? Orog. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't go too overboard. Hold on. I definitely did. Okay, here we go. Okay, so look at this. This is an Orog stat block. Now, I took... Whoa, what is happening? It's an ad? I have not had an ad on YouTube in like a year. What the hell was that? That's crazy. That was like probably ear rape also, my bad. Okay, anyways. My first PC I ever played was a Human Barbarian. Okay guys, I understand you're talking about your PCs, but this isn't time to talk about your PCs. I'm just kidding. You guys can talk about whatever. Limu emu. I hate that commercial. I hate commercials in general. They just irritate me. Okay. This was an Orog that I made a while ago. Its greatsword had like 4 different he has like 4 different attacks that he can do with his greatsword to show that like these are like martial masters. I feel like more than anything it makes sense on a veteran to have like essentially like battle master fighter attacks, right? Like then we'll talk about your PCs. No, we can't talk about my PCs. But here's the thing with the veteran. Shouldn't it be like veteran warrior? So like this guy's a warrior, but then there's also a veteran archer who's like a crossbow master, and then we have I don't know what else would be a veteran. Like spellcaster veteran wouldn't sound right, I guess. We'll just make the veteran encompass the fighter archetype, because that's what a veteran is supposed to be, right? It's like a fighter archetype. It should have more survivability than expected. Has a ton of saving throws. This many saving throws on a CR3? Is that okay? Is that a legal maneuver that I can do, you think? I think it's legal. Athletics, perception. Do it anyways. It's your enemy for your game. Well, it's my enemy for my game, but it's also my enemy for your guys' game to torture your players with. But I don't want you to torture your players too much, because I don't want to give you guys too much power, you know what I'm saying? It's a monster, not a PC. He can have cool traits. Well, I was thinking, if we want to give him survivability, that crackhead ability that I was just talking about could honestly work. Like, whenever he is damaged, he rolls a d6. Nah, that's way too strong for a CR3. We can't do that. He's been living war, not adventure. Veteran's luck. A warrior veteran was a first monster published on your Discord. Wink. Maybe like a motherfucking veteran's luck. I like that, but we're gonna do fill, and we will keep it there. It's there, and we'll fill it out, but just not at this current moment. Out of homebrew monsters. Did you post that? Was that your creation? Holy shnikes. There's a lot of stuff there. It's so crazy to me that it's like later it gets, the more viewers I'm getting. What is that? What is happening? I don't understand, mate. Fucking hell. Well, this video is not going to get monetized. I cussed too many times. Maybe in California. Yeah, it could be. Now I have 17. That's great. It's so crazy to me. You just slammed a bottle into my table like an ogre. In one encounter, I reskinned goblins as rat folks. The PCs fought a warehouse. That's like another good thing to do too, is like a DM, like you can just use a goblin stat block and say, oh, these rat men come out, and then like they're goblins, but they're rat men, you know? Players don't know what you're doing. I'm saying that like that's like some crazy knowledge that everybody doesn't know, and that's like the most on the nose advice I could give you. My brain is not working right now for what I should do with this stat block. I should also keep this in mind too for when I do stuff in the future that has like dual wielding weapons. Because I think I made something that was dual wielding recently that I was having trouble figuring out how to word it. I should just say, if it has 2 swords drawn, it makes 3 attacks or something, or it makes 4 attacks. I think I did that with my Berserker stat block that I needed to do. Veteran's luck can give him a higher chance for attacks to miss or do reduced damage. Yeah, I liked the idea of like, I don't want to make it too slow, so like when you're fighting a veteran it slows the game down because you have to like roll to see. I could just give him the like lucky feat and we'll just call it Veteran's Luck, but I feel like players will get mad if I do that also. A lot of things in my head make players really mad. I just imagine players as like toddlers that literally rage over everything. I want to look at Battlemaster Fighter just for a minute. Battlemaster Fighter. He probably has Iron Discipline. +1 sword or shield. It's also a good idea. Problem with that is when your players kill them, they're gonna get those magic items, and it's like if you want to use like 4 of these guys, I feel like these are like veteran soldiers, so like I want to make them more grounded, so like maybe they don't have magic items, but yeah, like I think a healing potion would make sense. I definitely will give them a healing potion. This is cut off for you guys on the stream also, I see. I don't think I can fix that though. I'm just trying to get some ideas for like special combat maneuvers. I like giving players stuff when they win. I don't. I prefer killing my player characters. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know. I like giving them stuff too. Because if you don't give them stuff, then they're like, bro, you didn't give us any loot. Ugh. Heart disease. I saw the Goblin video, LMAO. You said challenge them. You said challenge them, then straight up murked them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of... That's how I run combat. A lot of people were like upset because they don't like group initiative, and then Greyhawk initiative. They did not like that either. But I hate rolling initiative. It sucks. Okay, so veterans luck. That's definitely gonna be a thing. I think brave would make sense. We're just going to say advantage on saving throws versus being frightened. I mean, right? He's a veteran. You don't want to kill your players. Proceeds to squad wipe. Hey man, they were told, don't go into those woods. They're infested with goblins. More importantly, do not rest in the woods, for they will surely come and take you away, cut your skin off and cook you over a spit. And what did they do? They went and they rested in the woods anyways. Damn players. And then they would blame me for that. Good for nothing. Everything happens at once. If you shoot a bolt and get your head split in the same round, the bolt still happens. Now about the sword, it wouldn't be magical, but it would probably be like a masterwork. So minor boons like re-rolling the nat 1. I like that idea. I like the idea of a masterwork weapon. We can even add that as a trait. Bonus. We'll do something like that. Or we'll actually just say, not melee attacks, we'll just say attacks and damage rolls have a +2 bonus. I think re-rolling a nat 1 is a good idea too. Do I want to keep this like a smaller stat block, or do I want to make it like a big stat block? Do I want to limit myself to how many traits they have, or do I want to give myself the full 6? That's always the question. It's like with every creature, like you really could go in depth and go crazy and like be like, oh well, this makes sense, so I should add it. This makes sense, so I should add it. This makes sense, but then it's like if you go too far, it becomes like way too much. And these are supposed to be like either a boss creature or quote unquote a mini boss or just elite enemies. +1 bonus to hit, but not damage. Why not? It could be a +1 bonus that's not magical. Oh, sorry, I'm fidgeting with fingernail clippers. Also, this should say advantage on saves. Saves versus being frightened. Cut down on character usage. Really scary Bronze Age warriors turn your skull into fragments. That would make the magical +1 weapon redundant. I see your point. We're gonna say, I almost want to make this just a +3 bonus if they only are getting the bonus to the attack. So it's like they just hit very reliably, but they don't do like super extra damage. Yeah, we'll just do +2, I guess. That's fine. I won't go too crazy. I'd still give them the strength damage of +3 though. Yeah, they're still gonna get, they'll still have that. This is just for the attack bonus. I feel like they should have like, nah, that's fine, that's fine. We don't have to go too crazy. Veteran's luck. Should that... What to do, what to do. 'Tis quite... Guys, I've been streaming for 5 hours. That's insane. What have you all done to me? We were on the rails, then we went really off the rails and into the woods, and now we found the rails again, but the conductor is like, doesn't have a lot of energy left. The veteran. These ain't the same rails. Yeah, I agree with you. See, this is a stat block where, like, the veteran is something that I want to make a wide array of stat blocks for, not just a single stat block. Like, I want to make, like a veteran that could, like, actually put up a fight against, like, a high-level party, too. a second wind-like ability for the veteran to spend a single hit die as a bonus action. That's a good idea as well, but that would also be redundant with the healing potion that he's going to have. You guys can't see it, but I'm scrolling through a list here. I don't know why it doesn't show up on stream, but there's a list of like abilities that I'm looking through here. What is this? Okay, we could just use this for veteran's luck. When rolling a 1 on the d20 for an attack roll, ability check, or a saving throw, it can re-roll the die and use the new roll. That would just be evasion, what you're saying. Then I would be making a new trait that's just replacing a trait that already exists. Which I believe they also have that in here. I agree with the righteous line of thinking. That's essentially this right here. Or you can make it for any saving throw. But then it's like, how would it work with like psychic damage or something? Like he makes an intelligence save and he just completely avoids all damage. It would be kind of cool to give him adamantine armor so he's immune to critical hits as well. That would be mean, but like also it's like, how many creatures do you know have adamantine armor? I don't think a single one. It is pricey, but he is a veteran also. Your players just cry and like, bro, why can't I crit? It would be cool if like Wizards made a class that like was built around critically hitting. Like maybe they don't give him like multi-attack, but like kind of like the rogue. Like I feel like there should be a rogue class that's like built around critically hitting. Assassin kind of does that, but I don't know. You'd leave adamantine for lieutenants or something. That's a good idea to make like higher level versions of these. Like a veteran, different, the 4 ranks of a veteran or something. It was immune. Shade Steel Golem that was straight up immune to physical damage not dealt by adamantine. They had to get creative to kill it. That is cool. So if it fell off a cliff, it wouldn't die? Yeah, that was Fighter in 3E. You could take Rapier, which crits at 18 plus. I think stuff like that's cool. I like crit farming style classes because it's always like there's so much dopamine that you get whenever you critically hit. I was thinking about doing that for this veteran, but then again, the champion stat block exists, and the champion focuses on like crits and like not dying. Shade Steel Golem is made of cursed metal forged by necromancy magic, so the Shade Steel Golem can suck life from people. People killed by this golem rise again as an undead shadow. Could give flintlocks to higher levels of vets later. Yeah, that's also possible, depending on the direction that I want to go. I think what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to save this for later, and I want to come back to this when I'm, like, not tired, because I don't feel like it's going to be a good stat block at this current moment, because I'm kind of tired. I'm probably going to end the stream, as controversial as that is. It is 1 a.m. for me, so I'm getting a little groggy, and I do want to take a shower, because I have a swamp ass, so I would like to take a shower because I sit in my PC chair all day. So I think we'll save this for later, and then the next stream will probably be, it'll be soon definitely, because I want to stream again. I want to do somebody else's viewer submitted stat block because I had a lot of fun, like a ton of fun doing that. Gamer chair swamp ass. Exactly. That's exactly what I have going on right now. But I guess, I guess we will, we're not saying good night. We're just saying, I'll be back. I'm always back. Leave a like there, fellas. Yeah, like the stream. Show the support. Good night, Mr. Soprano. Oh, because my name's Anthony. Oh, how you doing, huh? Give the video a fucking like, you fucking Goomba. Hey, yo, how you doing? Like the video. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Join the fucking Discord, huh? I used to do an Italian accent when I worked at McDonald's. They used to call me Fat Tony because I'd do the Italian accent all day. The Amalgamite was worth a whole stream, though. That was a very nasty and scary monster. I agree. We'll have to pray for his players tomorrow. Or whatever he uses it. Probably be getting hate mail after that one. They'll be like, dude, it's your fault. We're all dead. I don't know how does like Asmongold, dude, that dude streams for like 12 hours. I guess if you're making as much money as he's making, it's probably a lot easier, to be honest. Didn't he say he was using 2 as well? Yeah, he might need to go down to 1. I think he might need to. We'll have to see, though. Might have to send him a, hey, buddy, you might want to only use 1 of those. Okay, I saved this stat block, so we'll have this for next time. And I'll close that window out there. I hope you guys show up for the next stream. And don't leave me high and dry, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? I think this was a success. This was a successful stream. Average view duration is about a half an hour. Before half of you guys conk out, crash out. Next stream, I'll try to have a thingy. Yeah, if you guys are watching still, submit to me creature stat blocks that you want me to go over. Maybe tune up a little bit, fix them up on stream. We'll put it together with the chat, and like we'll make something really cool. I think this was a success. The entire stream was a success, right? I think we did pretty good. I got super chats for the first time, which was pretty awesome. Thank you guys for that. Like, I don't know how to begin to thank all of you. Like, seriously, thank you guys so much for that. Crazy. That's like such a heartwarming feeling for me to get super chats and things like that. So I really appreciate you guys. And you know, the hardest part is saying goodbye, so I'm not saying goodnight. I'm just saying. I will see you guys in the next stream. Thank you very much. We will catch you later. I'll be back.